All right, welcome in. Tonight we'll spend some time with another real, true crime story. I'll go through the events slowly, piece by piece, so you can simply listen and let the case unfold. However your day went, I'm glad you're here for a little while. If you ever feel like sharing, tell me where you're listening from. I always enjoy seeing the different places people tune in from. All right, this is episode 136. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the disappearance of a young woman after an ordinary evening out. A case that at first appeared to have almost no clear suspects, but slowly unfolded into a careful investigation that revealed a hidden act of violence. In the summer of 2007, the city of Lincoln, Nebraska moved through the warm evenings that often kept restaurants and small entertainment districts busy long after sunset. Among the people enjoying that quiet rhythm of the city was 27-year-old office administrator Nicole Harris. Nicole worked for a small insurance agency located downtown and had lived in Lincoln for most of her life. Friends describe her as dependable and organized, someone who usually kept a predictable routine during the week. After work, she often met friends for dinner or stopped by a nearby cafe before returning to the small apartment she rented only a few blocks from the office. On the evening of June 14th, Nicole finished work around 5:30 and later met a friend at a small restaurant not far from downtown. The two talked for nearly an hour before Nicole said she planned to stop by a grocery store on her way home. Security cameras at the store showed her entering shortly after 7. She purchased a few basic items and walked out carrying a single bag. The footage showed her loading the groceries into the passenger seat of her car before driving away. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Nicole failed to return home that night, her roommate initially believed she might have gone to visit family or spend the evening with friends. But by the following morning, when her phone continued going straight to voicemail, and she had also missed work, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted that afternoon, and a missing person investigation began. Detectives started by retracing Nicole's route after leaving the grocery store. Traffic cameras showed her car traveling along the road that normally led toward her apartment. But one camera captured something unusual. Her car suddenly turned into a large parking lot behind a closed office building several blocks away from her usual route. Investigators had no immediate explanation for why she would stop there. 2 days later, a security guard working nearby noticed Nicole's car still sitting in that same parking lot and contacted police. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several details that raised concern. Nicole's purse was still sitting on the passenger seat, and the grocery bag remained on the floor near the dashboard. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the car. Using specialized lighting, they discovered faint traces of blood along the edge of the driver's seat and near the door handle. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Nicole. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Nicole's personal and professional relationships. Co-workers described her as friendly and reliable. Friends said she had not mentioned any recent conflicts or threats. For several days, investigators struggled to find any clear suspect. The first significant lead came from a witness who lived in an apartment building overlooking the parking lot where Nicole's car had been found. The witness reported seeing a dark pickup truck parked next to Nicole's vehicle on the evening she disappeared. According to the witness, the truck remained there for several minutes before suddenly driving away. Detectives began searching for surveillance footage from nearby streets that might have captured the truck. After reviewing recordings from several cameras, they located footage showing a similar vehicle leaving the area shortly after the time Nicole had arrived. Investigators were able to identify the license plate. The truck belonged to a man named Andrew Collins. Collins was 39 years old and worked as a maintenance contractor for several commercial properties around the city. Records showed that he had recently completed repair work at the office building where Nicole worked. Detectives contacted Collins and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he had visited Nicole's office building for maintenance jobs, but insisted he barely knew her. He also claimed he had been working in another part of the city the evening she disappeared. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his story. Cell phone records place Collins in the exact area of the parking lot at around the same time Nicole's car had been seen turning into the lot. When detectives confronted him with that information, he said he had simply been driving through the area on his way home. The explanation did not convince investigators. A search warrant was obtained for Collins's pickup truck. Inside, the vehicle forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the fabric from Nicole's car seats. Even more significant were faint traces of blood on the passenger side floor mat. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Nicole Harris. With the evidence connecting his truck directly to the missing woman, Collins was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with a witness statement, placing his vehicle beside Nicole's car. After several hours of questioning, his story began to unravel. Eventually, Collins admitted that he had encountered Nicole in the parking lot that evening. According to his statement, he approached her while she was sitting in her car and attempted to start a conversation. Investigators believe he had recognized her from the office building where he had worked weeks earlier. The conversation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Nicole fought back during the attack, which explained the blood traces found inside the vehicle and inside Collins's truck. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Collins attempted to hide the crime by transporting her body away from the area. After continued questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote stretch of farmland nearly 40 miles outside Lincoln. There, investigators discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath loose soil and tall grass. The remains were later confirmed to be Nicole Harris. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Nicole leaving the grocery store, arriving at the parking lot, and encountering Collins. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected his vehicle directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Collins took afterward to conceal the body and clean his truck. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Andrew Collins was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Nicole Harris's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends and co-workers remembered her as someone who had built a quiet life around routine and strong friendships. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with almost no evidence can eventually be solved through careful attention to small details. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a quiet disappearance in a small town, a case that at first seemed like someone simply walking away from their life, but slowly unfolded into a calculated murder that investigators would spend months carefully uncovering. In the winter of 2000 for the town of Midland, Michigan was moving through its usual quiet routine as snow covered the streets and most people returned home early after work. Among the residents was 38-year-old bank employee Thomas Walker. Thomas had worked at a local credit union for nearly 15 years and was known by coworkers as someone who rarely missed a day and followed the same routine every evening. After leaving the bank, he usually stopped at a small grocery store near his house before heading home. Because his schedule rarely changed, the events of January 21st immediately stood out when something went wrong. That evening, Thomas finished work shortly after 5 and told a coworker he planned to pick up a few groceries before heading home. Security cameras at the credit union showed him leaving the building and walking to his car at 5:12 p.m. A grocery store camera later captured him entering the store around 5:30. He purchased several basic items and left with 2 small bags. Footage showed him loading them into the trunk of his sedan before driving away. That was the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Thomas failed to arrive home that night, his wife initially assumed he had been delayed at work. But when repeated calls went unanswered and he did not appear the following morning, concern quickly grew. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began retracing Thomas's route after leaving the grocery store. Traffic cameras showed his car traveling toward his neighborhood exactly as expected. But one camera captured the vehicle suddenly turning onto a side road that led toward a quiet industrial section of town. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, a patrol officer discovered Thomas's car parked behind an unused storage warehouse in that same industrial area. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed something troubling. The grocery bags were still sitting in the trunk, and Thomas's wallet and phone were on the driver's seat. Forensic technicians carefully examined the interior of the vehicle. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the steering wheel and the edge of the driver's side door. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Thomas. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Thomas's personal and professional relationships. Co-workers described him as dependable and friendly. Financial records showed no major debts or disputes. Friends said he had not mentioned any threats or conflicts. However, one detail began to attract investigators' attention. A co-worker mentioned that Thomas had recently been involved in reviewing several suspicious loan applications submitted to the credit union. One of those applications had been submitted by a local property investor named Martin Doyle. Records showed that Thomas had rejected the loan after discovering inconsistencies in the financial documents provided. Detectives decided to interview Doyle. During the conversation, Doyle admitted that his loan request had been denied, but insisted he had simply moved on and applied elsewhere. He also claimed he had not seen Thomas recently. However, investigators soon discovered something that raised suspicion. Cell phone records placed Doyle's phone in the same industrial district where Thomas's car had been found on the night he disappeared. When detectives confronted him with that information, Doyle said he had been driving through the area on his way home. The explanation seemed weak, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A witness who worked at a nearby warehouse later told police that on the evening Thomas disappeared, he had seen a dark SUV parked behind the storage building around 6 o'clock. The vehicle remained there for several minutes before suddenly driving away. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from nearby businesses and located a camera that briefly captured a vehicle matching the description leaving the area. The license plate was traced back to Martin Doyle. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his SUV. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Thomas's car. Even more concerning were faint blood traces in the rear cargo area that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Thomas Walker. Doyle was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statement, placing his vehicle at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Doyle admitted that he had arranged to meet Thomas that evening to discuss the rejected loan application. According to his statement, the meeting took place in the industrial area where Thomas's car was later discovered. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument about the financial documents. During the confrontation, Doyle attacked Thomas. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to hide the crime by moving the body away from the area and cleaning his SUV. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Thomas. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded location nearly 30 miles outside Midland where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath snow and loose soil. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Thomas Walker. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage from the grocery store showed Thomas leaving shortly before the meeting. Cell phone records placed Doyle in the industrial district at the same time. Forensic experts explained how blood and fiber evidence connected his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Doyle took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Martin Doyle was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Thomas Walker's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers at the credit union remembered him as someone who had spent years building trust with customers and colleagues. The The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even small details can reveal the truth behind a crime. A vehicle seen behind a warehouse, a few fibers inside an SUV, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually exposed a crime that someone believed could remain hidden. In the end, persistence and careful investigative work ensured that the truth behind Thomas Walker's disappearance was finally brought into the open. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the disappearance of a young real estate agent after a routine property showing. A case that at first looked like someone simply leaving town unexpectedly, but slowly turned into a detailed investigation that uncovered a carefully hidden murder. In the spring of 2005, the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma, was experiencing a steady housing market. New developments were expanding along the edges of the city, and real estate agents spent long days showing homes to potential buyers. Among them was 32-year-old real estate agent Rebecca Miller. Rebecca had worked in the industry for nearly 7 years and had built a strong reputation for being organized and dependable. Her job often required meeting clients at different properties across the city, sometimes during evenings or weekends when buyers were available to tour homes. Because of that schedule, it was not unusual for her to spend hours driving between showings. On the afternoon of April 27th, Rebecca left her real estate office shortly after 3 o'clock to meet a potential buyer at a vacant house located in a quiet suburban neighborhood on the west side of the city. The property had recently been listed and had already attracted interest from several buyers. A neighbor later recalled seeing Rebecca's car parked in the driveway around 3:30 as she unlocked the front door and entered the house. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Rebecca failed to return to the office later that evening, coworkers initially assumed she had gone directly home after the showing. But when she also failed to appear for a scheduled appointment the following morning and several calls to her phone went unanswered, concern quickly began to grow. Her employer contacted police that afternoon. Detectives began their investigation by visiting the house where Rebecca had conducted the property showing. The home was empty and locked when officers arrived, but something inside immediately raised concern. Rebecca's briefcase was sitting on the kitchen counter. Her phone and car keys were next to it. People rarely leave those items behind if they plan to leave voluntarily. Forensic technicians carefully examined the interior of the house. In the living room, they discovered faint traces of blood on the hardwood floor near a hallway entrance. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Rebecca. Outside in the driveway, officers found her car still parked exactly where the neighbor had seen it the previous afternoon. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing records of people who had scheduled appointments to view the house that day. Most of the names belonged to local residents who were easily located and interviewed. However, one name stood out. A man named Charles Benton had contacted Rebecca earlier that week, claiming to be interested in purchasing investment properties. Records showed that he had specifically requested a private showing at the vacant house where Rebecca disappeared. Investigators located Benton and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, Benton admitted that he had spoken with Rebecca about the property, but claimed he had canceled the appointment at the last minute. He insisted he had never actually gone to the house. But detectives soon discovered evidence that contradicted his story. Cell phone records placed Benton's phone in the same neighborhood as the vacant house at the exact time Rebecca had been seen entering the property. When confronted with that information, Benton claimed he had simply been driving through the area looking at other homes. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A witness who lived across the street from the vacant house later reported seeing a dark SUV parked nearby during the afternoon Rebecca disappeared. The vehicle remained there for nearly 30 minutes before suddenly leaving. Detectives reviewed surveillance cameras from nearby intersections and eventually located footage showing a similar SUV driving away from the neighborhood shortly after 4 o'clock. The license plate matched Benton's vehicle. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his SUV. Inside the rear cargo area, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the fabric from Rebecca's clothing. Even more concerning were faint traces of blood along the floor lining that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Rebecca Miller. Benton was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statements, placing his vehicle near the property. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Benton admitted that he had gone to the house that afternoon to meet Rebecca. According to his statement, he had initially contacted her, pretending to be a potential buyer in order to gain access to the vacant property. Investigators believe he had specifically chosen an empty house where no one else would be present. The meeting inside the house quickly turned into a violent confrontation. Evidence suggested Rebecca fought back during the attack, which explained the blood traces discovered in the living room. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Benton attempted to hide the crime by transporting her body away from the house in his SUV. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote rural area nearly 40 miles outside Tulsa, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath loose soil and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Rebecca Miller. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Benton arranging the property showing, arriving at the house, and leaving the neighborhood shortly after Rebecca disappeared. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence from the SUV all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Benton took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Charles Benton was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Rebecca Miller's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Colleagues in the real estate community later organized new safety procedures for agents conducting property showings alone, hoping to prevent similar tragedies in the future. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little evidence can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A vacant house, a few traces of blood on a floor, and fibers hidden inside a vehicle slowly revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing teacher in a quiet suburban community. A case that initially seemed like someone simply disappearing during an ordinary evening, but slowly unfolded into a calculated murder that investigators would spend months piecing together. In the fall of 2006, the town of Overland Park, Kansas was known for its quiet neighborhoods, well-kept streets, and strong school system. Among the teachers working in the district was 33-year-old English instructor Amanda Hayes. Amanda taught at a local high school and had built a reputation among students as someone who was patient, organized, and deeply committed to her work. Her routine rarely changed. She usually stayed after school grading papers or helping students before driving home to the small house she had purchased several years earlier. Because her schedule was so consistent, people noticed quickly when something unusual happened. On the evening of October 3rd, Amanda finished grading assignments in her classroom before leaving the school building around 6:10 p.m. Security cameras captured her walking through the parking lot and getting into her compact car. She drove away toward the main road that led through town. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Amanda failed to arrive home that evening, her sister attempted to call her several times but received no answer. By the following morning, when Amanda also failed to appear at school and had not responded to messages from colleagues, concern began to grow. School administrators contacted police later that day. Detectives began their investigation by tracing Amanda's route after leaving the school. Traffic cameras along the road showed her car passing through several intersections exactly as expected. But one camera captured something unusual. Her car suddenly turned into a small shopping plaza that she did not normally visit. Investigators checked security footage from the businesses in that plaza. One camera showed Amanda's car entering the parking lot around 6:25 p.m., but the recording did not clearly show what happened next. 2 days later, a maintenance worker discovered Amanda's car parked behind a closed furniture warehouse several blocks away from the plaza. The vehicle was locked, but detectives immediately noticed something troubling inside. Amanda's purse and phone were sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians carefully examined the interior of the vehicle. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seatbelt. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Amanda. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Amanda's personal and professional relationships. Friends described her life as stable and routine. She had no known conflicts at work and no recent financial problems. However, one name appeared repeatedly during interviews with coworkers. It was a former colleague named Daniel Brooks. Brooks had previously taught at the same high school, but had left the district several months earlier after disciplinary issues involving inappropriate behavior with staff members. Records showed that Amanda had reported one of those incidents to school administrators. Detectives located Brooks and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he had once worked with Amanda, but insisted they had not spoken since he left the school. He also claimed he had been at home the evening she disappeared. But investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his timeline. Cell phone records showed Brooks's phone traveling through the same shopping plaza where Amanda's car had been seen turning shortly after she left work. When detectives confronted him with that information, he claimed he had simply been driving through the area on his way to visit a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but was not enough on its own. A search warrant was obtained for Brooks's vehicle, a dark sedan that matched a car partially visible in the shopping plaza surveillance footage. Inside the trunk, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the fabric from Amanda's car seats. Even more concerning were faint blood traces that appeared to have been partially cleaned from the trunk lining. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Amanda. With the forensic evidence connecting his car to the missing teacher, Brooks was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives presented the lab results along with the phone records, placing him near the plaza that evening. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Brooks admitted that he had contacted Amanda earlier that day, asking to meet and talk about the report she had made against him months earlier. According to his statement, the two met in the shopping plaza parking lot shortly after she left school. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. During the confrontation, Brooks attacked Amanda. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to hide the crime by moving her body away from the area and abandoning her car behind the warehouse. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location where he had taken her. Detectives followed him to a remote section of woodland nearly 25 miles outside Overland Park. There they discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath leaves and loose soil. The remains were later confirmed to be Amanda Hayes. The case proceeded to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage from the shopping plaza showed Amanda's car arriving at the meeting location. Phone records placed Brooks at the scene. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Brooks took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Daniel Brooks was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Amanda Hayes' family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Students and colleagues at the school later organized a small scholarship in her name to honor the dedication she had shown to teaching. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how a case that began with almost no clear evidence could eventually be solved through persistence and careful analysis of small details. A turn into an unfamiliar parking lot, a few fibers inside a vehicle, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing restaurant manager in a quiet coastal city. a case that initially seemed like someone simply leaving town, but slowly turned into a complex investigation that exposed a carefully hidden murder. In the spring of 2003, the city of Wilmington, North Carolina, moved at a relaxed pace typical of coastal communities. The historic downtown streets were filled with small businesses, restaurants, and shops that stayed busy with both residents and tourists. One of those restaurants was managed by 36-year-old David Carter. David had worked in the hospitality industry for most of his adult life and had spent the previous 6 years managing the same waterfront restaurant. Employees described him as organized and reliable. He was usually the first person to arrive in the morning and the last one to leave at night. Because of that routine, co-workers noticed immediately when something unusual happened. On the evening of May 28th, David finished his shift shortly after 10:30. A bartender remembered speaking with him as they closed the restaurant. David mentioned that he was tired and planned to go straight home. Security cameras outside the building showed him walking across the parking lot and getting into his sedan. The car pulled away at 10:41 p.m. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When David failed to arrive home later that night, his girlfriend initially assumed he had stayed late at the restaurant dealing with paperwork. But the following morning, when he still had not returned and was not answering his phone, concern quickly grew. The restaurant staff also noticed his absence when he failed to appear for the lunch shift. Police were contacted later that afternoon. Detectives began retracing David's route after leaving the restaurant. Traffic cameras showed his sedan traveling along the main road that normally led toward his apartment. But at one intersection, the car suddenly turned away from that route and headed toward a quieter marina district near the edge of the city. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, patrol officers discovered David's car parked near a row of unused boat storage buildings in the marina area. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed something troubling. David's phone was sitting in the center console, and his wallet was still in the glove compartment. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the car. Under specialized lighting, they discovered faint traces of blood near the driver's seat and along the door panel. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to David. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining David's professional and personal relationships. Employees at the restaurant described him as fair but strict when handling workplace issues. Financial records showed the business had recently fired a supplier who had been overcharging for seafood deliveries. The supplier was a local distributor operated by a man named Richard Lawson. Lawson was 43 years old and had previously delivered seafood to several restaurants along the waterfront. Records showed that David had recently ended the business relationship after discovering irregular billing practices. When detectives interviewed Lawson, he admitted there had been a disagreement about payments, but insisted it was only a business matter. He claimed he had not seen David in weeks. However, investigators soon discovered something that raised suspicion. Cell phone records placed Lawson's phone in the Marina District at approximately the same time David disappeared. When confronted with that information, Lawson said he had been driving through the area to check on a boat he sometimes used for fishing. Detectives continued gathering evidence. A witness who worked at a nearby dock later reported seeing a dark pickup truck parked near the boat storage buildings around 11 that night. The truck remained there for several minutes before leaving the area. Investigators reviewed surveillance footage from nearby businesses and located a camera that briefly captured a vehicle matching the description. The license plate belonged to Lawson. With that information, detectives obtained a search warrant for his pickup truck. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the fabric from David's car seats. More significantly, they found faint traces of blood that appeared to have been partially cleaned from the truck bed. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to David. Lawson was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the timeline along with the forensic evidence linking his truck to the crime. After hours of questioning, his story began to change. Eventually, he admitted that he had arranged to meet David that evening in the Marina District to discuss the dispute over the seafood deliveries. According to his statement, the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. Investigators believe the confrontation escalated into violence. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Lawson attempted to hide the crime by moving David's body away from the marina area. After continued questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote stretch of marshland nearly 20 miles outside Wilmington. Their investigators discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath sand and brush. The remains were later confirmed to be David Carter. The case proceeded to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of crime. Traffic cameras showed David's car diverting from his normal route to meet Lawson. Witness testimony placed Lawson's truck at the marina. Forensic experts explained how the blood and fiber evidence connected the truck directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been spontaneous, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Lawson took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Richard Lawson was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For David Carter's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty. Co-workers at the restaurant remembered him as someone who had dedicated years to building a welcoming place for both employees and customers. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even small details can reveal the truth behind a crime. A witness noticing a truck near the docks, traces of blood inside a vehicle, and careful investigative work eventually exposed a crime someone believed could remain hidden. In the end, it was patience and persistence that allowed investigators to uncover the full story and bring justice to a life that had been taken far too soon. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the disappearance of a small business owner on an ordinary evening. A case that initially appeared to be a man simply leaving town, but slowly developed into a complex investigation that uncovered a carefully planned murder hidden beneath a web of lies. In the autumn of 2008, the city of Boise, Idaho moved through its usual calm routine as the weather began to cool and daylight faded earlier each evening. Among the many small businesses operating in the downtown district was a family-owned electronics repair shop run by 40-year-old Michael Turner. Michael had built the business over more than a decade and had developed a loyal customer base in the community. Friends and employees described him as hardworking and methodical, someone who rarely missed a day of work and who handled every detail of his shop personally. On the evening of September 12th, Michael finished repairing several customer devices before closing the shop shortly after 7 o'clock. One of his employees later recalled that he seemed tired but in good spirits as he locked the front door and stepped out onto the quiet street. Security cameras from a nearby building captured him walking to his pickup truck and driving away. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Michael failed to arrive home that night, his wife initially believed he might still be working late or meeting a supplier. But as the hours passed and repeated calls went unanswered, worry quickly grew. The following morning, when the shop remained closed and Michael still had not returned home, police were contacted. Detectives began by examining the security footage from the area around the repair shop. Cameras showed Michael's pickup leaving downtown and heading toward the residential neighborhood where he lived. But after passing through 2 intersections along that route, the vehicle suddenly turned in the opposite direction, moving toward a quieter industrial section of the city. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, patrol officers discovered Michael's pickup parked behind an abandoned warehouse in that same industrial district. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed something troubling. Michael's wallet and phone were both sitting on the driver's seat. Forensic technicians carefully processed the vehicle. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the steering wheel and the inside edge of the door. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Michael. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Michael's personal and professional relationships. Employees describe him as fair but strict when it came to business matters. Financial records showed the repair shop had recently been involved in a dispute with a supplier over a shipment of expensive electronic components that had gone missing during delivery. The supplier was a logistics company owned by a man named Stephen Gallagher. Gallagher was 45 years old and had done business with Michael's shop for several years. Records showed that a shipment worth nearly $50,000 had recently been reported missing, and Michael had refused to pay the invoice while the issue remained unresolved. Investigators decided to interview Gallagher. During the conversation, he admitted there had been a disagreement over the shipment, but insisted the matter was being handled through business channels. He also claimed he had not seen Michael in several weeks. However, detectives soon discovered evidence that raised suspicion. Cell phone records placed Gallagher's phone in the same industrial district where Michael's truck had been found on the night he disappeared. When investigators confronted him with that information, Gallagher said he had simply been driving through the area on his way to another meeting. The explanation seemed weak, but detectives needed more evidence. A search warrant was obtained for Gallagher's cargo van. Inside the rear compartment, forensic technicians discovered fibers that matched the interior fabric from Michael's pickup truck. More significantly, they found faint blood traces along the metal floor panels that appear to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Michael. With the forensic evidence linking Gallagher's vehicle to the missing man, detectives brought him in for another interrogation. They carefully presented the evidence, including the phone records, fiber matches, and blood analysis. As the questioning continued, his story began to change. Eventually, Gallagher admitted that he had arranged to meet Michael that evening to discuss the missing shipment and the payment dispute. According to his statement, the meeting took place in the industrial district where Michael's truck was later discovered. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. During the confrontation, Gallagher attacked Michael. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to conceal the crime by moving the body away from the area and cleaning his vehicle. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Michael. Detectives followed him to a remote stretch of land nearly 35 miles outside Boise, where a shallow grave had been hidden among tall grass and loose soil. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Michael Turner. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Michael leaving his repair shop, diverting from his normal route to meet Gallagher, and arriving in the industrial district where the confrontation occurred. Forensic experts testified about the blood evidence found in the van and the fibers linking the two vehicles. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Gallagher took afterward to conceal the body and clean his van. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Stephen Gallagher was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Michael Turner's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends and customers remembered him as someone who had spent years building a small business through dedication and hard work. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little evidence can eventually be solved through persistence and careful forensic analysis. A few drops of blood inside a vehicle, phone records placing someone in the wrong place, and patient investigative work slowly revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden. In the end, the quiet industrial district where Michael's truck had been abandoned became the place where investigators first began uncovering the truth that eventually led to justice. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a missing woman whose husband smiled calmly at press conferences, spoke gently about faith and hope, and assured everyone that she would come home soon, while investigators quietly built a case that the man standing in front of the cameras already knew she never would. On the evening of December 23, 2009, 29-year-old Susan Powell vanished from her home in West Valley City, Utah. She was a young mother of two boys, Charlie and Braden, and by all accounts devoted to her children. Her husband, 33-year-old Joshua Powell, told police that she had gone missing while he had taken their sons on a late-night winter camping trip in sub-freezing temperatures. The explanation immediately raised concern. Joshua claimed that around midnight he decided to take his two small children, ages 4 and 2, into the Utah desert for a camping trip. He said Susan was at home asleep when he left. When he returned the next day, she was gone. Investigators struggled to reconcile that timeline. It was December. Snow covered the ground. Temperatures had dropped below freezing. The idea of spontaneously taking toddlers camping after midnight seemed illogical. Inside the Powell home, police found signs of recent cleaning. A strong chemical smell lingered. A wet spot appeared on the living room carpet, as if something had been scrubbed. A fan was positioned oddly near a couch. Susan's purse, wallet, and cell phone remained inside the house. Friends and family quickly expressed fear that Susan would never voluntarily leave her children. They also revealed that the marriage had been strained for years. Susan had confided concerns about Joshua's controlling behavior and financial secrecy. She had even written emails documenting fears that if anything happened to her, Joshua should be considered responsible. As the investigation deepened, detectives examined Joshua's vehicle. They discovered traces of blood that laboratory testing later confirmed matched Susan's DNA. Cadaver dogs alerted to areas inside the house and in Joshua's van. Joshua refused to participate in formal interviews without legal representation. He maintained that he had nothing to do with Susan's disappearance. No body was ever found. Then the case took another disturbing turn. Joshua's father, Stephen Powell, became the focus of a separate criminal investigation after evidence surfaced that he had secretly recorded young girls and harbored an obsessive fixation on Susan. In 2011, Stephen was arrested and later convicted on voyeurism charges unrelated to Susan's disappearance. The broader Powell family dynamic came under intense public scrutiny. Meanwhile, Joshua fought for custody of his sons. Despite the ongoing investigation into Susan's disappearance, he was granted supervised visitation. On February 5, 2012, during one of those supervised visits at a rental home in Graham, Washington, tragedy struck. A social worker brought Charlie and Braden to the residence. When Joshua opened the door, he allowed the boys inside but blocked the social worker from entering. Moments later, he locked the door. The social worker immediately called 911 after smelling gasoline. Inside the house, Joshua attacked his sons with a hatchet before igniting an explosion using accelerants. The house erupted in flames. Firefighters later recovered the bodies of Joshua and both children inside. The deaths ended any possibility of criminal prosecution for Susan Powell's disappearance. Investigators concluded that Joshua had murdered Susan in December 2009 and disposed of her body in a remote location that has never been identified. Prosecutors stated publicly that the evidence pointed overwhelmingly to him as responsible, though he was never formally charged due to insufficient physical evidence without a body. Susan Powell's remains have never been found. The case became one of the most heartbreaking examples of how domestic violence can escalate over time, and how warning signs documented privately may not always prevent tragedy. Susan's family spent years searching the deserts of Utah and Nevada, following tips and excavating potential burial sites. Despite extensive efforts, the search continues. Charlie was 7. Braden was 5. Their deaths transformed the case from a missing persons investigation into a broader discussion about custody decisions, risk assessment, and systemic failures. The Powell home in West Valley City was eventually demolished. The rental house in Washington where the explosion occurred was reduced to ash. But the memory of what happened remains deeply embedded in both communities. What began as a puzzling disappearance on a snowy December night ended in irreversible violence 3 years later. Joshua Powell never confessed. He never revealed where Susan's body was placed. But investigators, forensic evidence, and his final actions painted a conclusion that law enforcement considers definitive. Susan Powell left behind journal entries expressing fear that something might happen to her. Years later, those words feel less like anxiety and more like a warning that came true in the quiet hours of a winter night when no one yet understood how devastating the full story would become. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who insisted his wife had fallen down the stairs during a late-night accident. A tragic explanation offered calmly to emergency responders, an explanation that seemed plausible at first glance, until tiny drops of blood, microscopic patterns on walls, and years of forensic debate turned a quiet Durham, North Carolina home into the center of one of the most controversial and closely analyzed murder cases in modern history. On December 9th, 2001, shortly after 2:30 in the morning, novelist Michael Peterson called 911 from his mansion in Durham. His voice sounded frantic but controlled. He told the dispatcher that his wife, 48-year-old Kathleen Peterson, was at the bottom of the staircase, unconscious and bleeding. He repeated that she had fallen. He said she was still breathing. When paramedics arrived, Kathleen was dead. The scene was disturbing. Blood covered the walls along the stairwell. There were smears and cast-off patterns extending several feet high. Kathleen lay at the base of the narrow staircase, surrounded by blood that had partially dried. The amount of blood appeared excessive for a simple fall. Michael Peterson maintained that they had been sitting outside by the pool earlier that night. He said Kathleen went inside ahead of him while he remained outdoors. He claimed he later found her at the bottom of the stairs after she had fallen while possibly intoxicated. But investigators quickly began documenting inconsistencies. The blood spatter patterns suggested repeated impacts rather than a single fall. There were small droplets higher on the walls, consistent with forceful motion. Kathleen's scalp showed multiple lacerations. However, there were no skull fractures. That detail puzzled medical examiners. An autopsy concluded that Kathleen died from blunt force trauma to the head combined with blood loss. The medical examiner ruled the death a homicide. As detectives examined Michael's background, they uncovered additional troubling information. Years earlier, a family friend named Elizabeth Ratliff had died at the bottom of a staircase in Germany while Michael and his family were living there. Her death had been ruled natural at the time due to a brain hemorrhage. But the similarity in location raised immediate suspicion. Investigators exhumed Ratliff's body. A second autopsy concluded she too had died from blunt force trauma. Prosecutors argued that Michael Peterson had staged two separate staircase deaths years apart. Financial records added another layer. Kathleen was a successful business executive who carried substantial life insurance policies. Evidence showed the couple had significant financial strain despite outward appearances of wealth. The trial began in 2003 and became a media sensation. Prosecutors presented bloodstain pattern analysts who testified that the distribution of blood proved Kathleen had been beaten with a blunt instrument. They suggested a fireplace blowpoke found in the home could have been used. The defense countered aggressively. They argued that the blood patterns were consistent with a fall combined with attempts by Michael to assist his wife. They criticized forensic interpretation and pointed to the absence of skull fractures as inconsistent with repeated blows from a weapon. No murder weapon was ever definitively identified. The prosecution also introduced evidence regarding Michael's bisexual relationships and secret online communications, arguing that Kathleen had recently discovered aspects of his private life, creating potential motive. The defense objected to the character implications, but the information was allowed in court. In October 2003, Michael Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Years later, controversy surrounding the case intensified when it was revealed that a key prosecution blood spatter analyst had given misleading testimony in other trials. In 2011, Peterson was granted a new trial due to concerns about expert credibility. Rather than face another full trial, Peterson entered an Alford plea in 2017 to voluntary manslaughter. Under this plea, he maintained his innocence, but acknowledged that prosecutors possessed enough evidence to likely secure a conviction again. He was sentenced to time already served and released from prison. To this day, debate continues about what truly happened in that staircase. Some forensic experts believe the blood patterns indicate assault. Others argue that the injuries could have resulted from repeated attempts to stand after a fall. An unusual third theory proposed that an owl attack outside the home may have caused scalp injuries prior to the fall, though this theory was never presented as a primary defense during the original trial. What remains certain is that Kathleen Peterson died at the bottom of her staircase in a scene that defied simple explanation. The legal system ultimately concluded the death was not a mere accident, yet the case continues to provoke discussion among legal scholars and forensic professionals. The Durham house still stands. The staircase remains narrow and steep. Visitors often remark on how ordinary it appears, how small the space seems compared to the massive legal battle it produced. Michael Peterson's 911 call began with a claim of a tragic accident. It ended with years of incarceration, appeals, and one of the most dissected courtroom battles over blood evidence in recent memory. And at the center of it all lies a single question that continues to echo long after the trial concluded. Did a fall cause the blood that covered those walls, or did something far more deliberate happen in the quiet hours of that December night? Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young mother who vanished after a late shift at work, a disappearance that looked at first like a random abduction along a dark roadside, until investigators uncovered a calculated plan driven by obsession, jealousy, and the belief that violence could erase rejection. On October 18, 2012, 24-year-old Jessica Ridgway left school in Westminster, Colorado, and began walking home. She never arrived. When her parents realized she was missing, panic spread quickly. Westminster was considered a relatively safe suburban community. Children walked home from school every day. Search efforts began almost immediately. Volunteers canvassed neighborhoods. Police reviewed surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses. Within days, the case drew national attention. A 10-year-old child had vanished in broad daylight. Then, on October 24th, human remains were discovered in a rural open space area not far from Jessica's neighborhood. Authorities confirmed the remains belonged to her. She had been abducted, murdered, and dismembered. The brutality stunned investigators. As detectives searched for suspects, they examined reports of suspicious activity in the area. One neighbor mentioned a teenage boy who had behaved oddly in the days following the disappearance. That tip led investigators to 17-year-old Austin Sigg. Sigg lived with his mother less than a mile from where Jessica was last seen. He had an intense interest in forensic science and criminal investigations. In fact, he had once told classmates he wanted to study mortuary science. But beneath that academic curiosity, investigators would later uncover something far darker. Forensic evidence connected Sigg to Jessica Ridgway's death. DNA recovered from her remains matched his profile. Surveillance footage placed a vehicle linked to him near the area at the relevant time. As pressure mounted, Sigg confessed to his mother. She contacted police immediately and reported her son's admission. When officers arrived, Sigg provided details about the abduction and killing that had not been publicly released. Investigators later determined that Sigg had acted alone. He abducted Jessica while she was walking home, transported her to his residence, and committed the crime before attempting to dispose of evidence in nearby open land. During interrogation, Sigg also confessed to a prior attempted abduction of another young girl in the same area weeks earlier. That earlier victim had managed to escape, providing police with an initial but limited suspect description at the time. In 2013, Austin Sigg pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping. Because he was a juvenile at the time of the crime, the sentencing structure became complex under Colorado law. He received life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 40 years. The case devastated the Westminster community. Schools implemented new safety procedures. Parents adjusted routines. The idea that a local teenager could commit such violence forced residents to confront uncomfortable realities about proximity and unpredictability. Jessica Ridgway was remembered as energetic and kind, deeply loved by her family. Vigils drew thousands. Her parents later advocated for child safety awareness, ensuring her name would not fade into statistics. Investigators described the case as one solved through rapid community cooperation, forensic precision, and a confession that confirmed suspicions before further harm could occur. Austin Sigg's interest in crime investigation had been outwardly academic, but internally it masked dangerous impulses that escalated into irreversible action. The earlier attempted abduction showed that intervention might have come sooner had there been stronger evidence at the time. The open field where Jessica was found appears quiet today, bordered by suburban homes and walking trails. It is difficult to imagine the scale of the search that once filled those same spaces with helicopters, officers, and volunteers hoping for a different outcome. The case remains a stark example of how swiftly violence can emerge within familiar surroundings, and how communities must rely on vigilance, reporting, and coordinated response to bring resolution when the unthinkable happens. Jessica Ridgway was 10 years old. Her disappearance began as a frantic search and ended with a confirmed conviction, closing the legal case, but leaving a permanent mark on the town that once believed such a crime could never happen there. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman whose sudden disappearance triggered one of the largest manhunts in American history. A case where the suspect fled across the country, changed his appearance, lived under false identities, and managed to evade capture for years before investigators finally uncovered the truth behind a murder that began with what appeared to be an ordinary romantic relationship. In May 2011, 20-year-old Lauren Spire disappeared after a night out with friends in Bloomington, Indiana, a college town filled with late-night crowds and student apartments. Lauren was a sophomore at Indiana University, studying apparel merchandising. She was small in stature, outgoing, and well-known among her friends. On the night she vanished, she visited several bars celebrating the end of the semester. Surveillance footage captured Lauren walking barefoot through downtown streets shortly before 4:30 in the morning. Witnesses later reported she appeared heavily intoxicated. Friends helped her return toward her apartment complex, but somewhere during those final early morning hours, Lauren disappeared completely. Despite extensive searches, she was never found. Her case drew national attention. Volunteers searched wooded areas, lakes, and construction sites. Police examined surveillance footage frame by frame. Investigators interviewed dozens of witnesses who had interacted with her during the night. Although suspicions surrounded individuals present during Lauren's final hours, prosecutors never obtained sufficient evidence to file murder charges. Her disappearance officially remains unsolved. But during renewed investigative review connected to missing persons cases across multiple states, authorities uncovered another disappearance involving similar behavioral patterns that would ultimately lead to a confirmed conviction in a separate but chillingly related narrative about deception and flight. This is where the story shifts. In 2009, 2 years before Lauren vanished, 24-year-old University of Michigan medical student Paul DeWolf was found murdered inside his apartment in Ann Arbor. He had been stabbed repeatedly. The scene showed signs of struggle, yet there was no forced entry. Investigators quickly focused on DeWolf's former roommate and romantic partner, 21-year-old Christopher McCowan. Witnesses described tension following the end of their relationship. Shortly after the murder, McCowan disappeared. He abandoned his vehicle, withdrew money, and vanished. Authorities issued warrants, but McCowan had already begun constructing a new life. Over the next several years, he traveled across multiple states using false identities, temporary employment, and cash transactions to avoid detection. He worked construction jobs, lived in short-term rentals, and avoided digital footprints that might reveal his location. The case remained open while federal agencies tracked scattered leads. In 2015, investigators received a breakthrough tip after McCowan was stopped during a routine law enforcement encounter under an assumed name. Fingerprint analysis exposed his true identity. He was arrested after nearly 6 years on the run. During trial proceedings, prosecutors presented evidence showing that McCowan had returned to DeWolf's apartment following an argument that escalated into fatal violence. DNA evidence, witness testimony, and post-crime flight behavior became central to the case. In 2016, Christopher McCowan was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to decades in prison. while unrelated legally to Lauren Spirer's disappearance. Investigators studying long-term missing persons cases often compare how individuals connected to violent crimes can disappear into ordinary society for years, living unnoticed until routine investigative persistence exposes them. Paul DeWolf's case became a powerful example of how suspects may evade capture temporarily but remain vulnerable to identification through evolving law enforcement databases and coordinated national tracking systems. DeWolf was remembered by classmates as compassionate and dedicated to medicine. His death shocked the academic community and demonstrated how personal conflicts can escalate unexpectedly behind closed doors. The resolution of his case came not through dramatic pursuit, but through patience, forensic evidence, and the inevitability of identification in an increasingly connected investigative environment. Christopher McCowan's years of freedom ended with something simple: a fingerprint match. It is a reminder that even when suspects flee across states and attempt to erase their past, the record of identity often remains waiting quietly within systems designed to remember long after individuals hope they have been forgotten. And in the end, time did not erase the crime. It merely delayed the moment when accountability finally arrived. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who calmly reported his wife missing, stood beside search teams, spoke politely to neighbors, and repeated the same concerned sentence to police again and again, while investigators slowly realized that the timeline he created was impossible and that the truth had been buried much closer to home than anyone first imagined. On November 19, 2008, in the small town of Caylee, North Carolina, 29-year-old Nancy Cooper disappeared after going for her usual early morning jog. Nancy was originally from Canada and had built a stable life in the United States with her husband Brad Cooper and their 2 young daughters. She was active, social, and known for maintaining strict routines. Running each morning through the neighborhood trails was part of her daily life. When Nancy failed to return home, Brad Cooper contacted police and reported her missing. At first, it appeared to be a classic missing person case. Friends organized searches. Volunteers walked wooded paths near the subdivision. Flyers were distributed. Brad spoke publicly, expressing concern and asking for help finding his wife. But investigators immediately noticed tension beneath the surface. Nancy and Brad's marriage was deteriorating. Friends later told police the relationship had become strained and emotionally volatile. Nancy had reportedly begun considering separation and had spoken openly about her unhappiness. Emails recovered later revealed arguments about finances, control, and custody concerns involving their children. 3 days after Nancy vanished, searchers discovered her body in a stormwater pond less than 2 miles from her home. She had been strangled. The discovery changed everything. There were no signs of robbery or random attack. Nancy still wore jewelry. Her running gear remained intact. Detectives began reconstructing the hours before her disappearance, focusing closely on Brad Cooper's movements that morning. Brad claimed he had been home with the children while Nancy went jogging. He insisted he never left the house. But digital evidence told a different story. Investigators examined computer activity from the family home and discovered searches conducted shortly before Nancy disappeared involving maps and remote locations near where her body was eventually found. The timing of those searches became critical. Even more damaging was vehicle navigation data. Brad owned a vehicle equipped with GPS tracking technology. Analysts recovered stored location data showing the car leaving the home during the early morning hours despite Brad's claim that he had remained inside. The route traveled matched roads leading toward the area where Nancy's body was discovered. Prosecutors argued that Brad had strangled Nancy during an early morning confrontation, transported her body, and returned home before reporting her missing. Brad maintained his innocence. He claimed the GPS data was misinterpreted and suggested investigators were building a case based on assumptions rather than proof. The defense emphasized the absence of eyewitnesses and argued that circumstantial evidence alone could not establish guilt. The trial drew intense attention because it relied heavily on digital forensics rather than traditional physical evidence. Jurors were shown timelines reconstructed from computer logs, vehicle systems, and communication records. Experts explained how modern technology records movements silently, creating data trails people often forget exist. In July 2011, Brad Cooper was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Years later, legal appeals followed, including procedural challenges related to trial testimony. In 2019, Cooper entered an Alford plea to second-degree murder, maintaining innocence while acknowledging prosecutors possessed sufficient evidence for conviction. His life sentence remained in place. For Nancy Cooper's family, the legal adjustments did not change the central outcome. The court system concluded that her death was not the result of a stranger encounter during a morning run, but violence rooted within her own marriage. What makes this case especially powerful for storytelling is how ordinary it appeared at the start. A jog through a safe neighborhood, a concerned husband speaking calmly to media, community volunteers searching wooded trails believing they were helping a desperate family. Instead, investigators uncovered a crime solved largely through invisible evidence. Computer searches, GPS movement, digital timestamps, small technological records that quietly contradicted spoken words. Nancy Cooper was 34 years old. She left home expecting to return within minutes. Her daughters would grow up without their mother. And a neighborhood where residents once felt entirely secure confronted the realization that danger had not come from outside. It came from someone already inside the home, constructing an alibi that modern technology refused to support. The case became an early example of how digital footprints can solve murders even when traditional evidence appears limited, marking a turning point in how investigators approach domestic homicide investigations in the modern era. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet town in Colorado, a man who owned a small airplane, who attended church, who smiled easily and spoke calmly to neighbors who believed they knew him. His name was Robert Feldman, and for years he built a life that appeared stable and respectable. He worked as a mechanic, ran his own small business, and lived in a modest home in the town of Grand Junction. He was not someone who attracted attention. He blended into the routines of everyday life, the kind of person people greeted politely but never thought about twice. But behind that ordinary exterior was a hidden crime that would remain undiscovered for years, buried beneath layers of silence, distance, and time. In 1996, Robert Feldman's wife, Pamela Feldman, disappeared. Pamela was a mother, a woman with her own routines, friendships, and responsibilities. When she vanished, Robert told people she had left voluntarily. He claimed their marriage had been struggling and that she had chosen to walk away. At first, his explanations seemed plausible. Adults sometimes leave relationships. They relocate. They begin new lives elsewhere. Without clear evidence of violence, investigators could not immediately prove otherwise. Months passed, then years. Pamela never contacted her family again. She never accessed bank accounts. She never renewed identification. She never appeared in official records. Her absence became permanent, but without a body or physical evidence, the case remained unresolved. Robert Feldman continued living his life. He maintained his business. He interacted with neighbors. He attended church. He flew his private airplane. Time passed, and suspicion faded into the background. Missing persons cases, when lacking evidence, often remain open but inactive, waiting for new information that may never come. Nearly 9 years later, in 2005, new attention returned to Pamela's disappearance. Investigators reopened the case and began reviewing old evidence using modern forensic techniques. They re-examined Robert Feldman's statements. They re-examined his timeline. They noticed inconsistencies that had not been fully explored before. They learned that shortly after Pamela's disappearance, Robert had taken an unusual flight in his private plane. He had flown alone to a remote desert area in Utah. This detail raised questions. Investigators obtained search warrants and began examining areas connected to his flight path. They analyzed soil samples, flight logs, and geographic locations. In a remote desert region, search teams eventually discovered human remains buried in an isolated location. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains belonged to Pamela Feldman. The discovery transformed the case entirely. What had once been a missing persons case became a confirmed homicide investigation. Investigators reconstructed the timeline carefully. They examined how Robert had access to transportation capable of reaching remote areas undetected. They examined how isolation and distance had concealed evidence for nearly a decade. Robert Feldman was arrested and charged with murder. During trial, prosecutors presented forensic evidence linking him to the burial site. They presented flight records showing his travel to the remote location shortly after Pamela's disappearance. They presented evidence demonstrating that Pamela had not voluntarily abandoned her life, but had instead been killed and buried in a place chosen specifically to prevent discovery. The defense attempted to challenge the interpretation of evidence, but the physical findings, flight records, and timeline established a clear sequence of events. Robert Feldman was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. The case demonstrated how time does not erase evidence completely. Even in remote desert environments, forensic science can recover truth. It demonstrated how transportation, isolation, and planning can delay discovery, but not always prevent it. It also showed how investigators, returning to old cases with new tools and renewed attention, can uncover answers long after crimes occur. For years, Robert Feldman lived openly, confident that distance and time had protected him. He worked, spoke with neighbors, and carried on with ordinary routines. But buried beneath desert soil was physical evidence that remained silent until investigators found it, examined it, and reconstructed the truth piece by piece, restoring the identity of a victim who had been hidden from the world but never truly erased. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how the most terrifying shadows are the ones cast by a midday sun, about how a person can spend their life building a reputation of stone and steel while their soul is made of something much darker. This is a story about the ultimate betrayal of a sacred oath, where the hands meant to mend and heal were instead used to silence and destroy. It is a true story about a man who lived a life of prestige in the bright landscapes of Southern California, while hiding a library of secrets in the dark corners of his hard drive. Grant Robichaux was a man who seemed to have won the lottery of life. He was a highly respected orthopedic surgeon in Newport Beach, a place where image and status are the local currency. He was gifted with a face that belonged on a magazine cover and a physique that spoke of discipline and health. He wasn't just a doctor. He was a local celebrity, having appeared on a reality television show that focused on eligible bachelors. He was the man every mother wanted for her daughter and every patient wanted at their bedside during their most vulnerable moments. By his side was Sarissa Riley, a woman whose beauty and poise matched his own. She was a teacher, a profession built on patience and the nurturing of the next generation. Together, they were a vision of the American dream, frequently seen at the most exclusive parties, luxury festivals like Burning Man, and high-end restaurants along the coast. They were the couple that people stopped to watch as they walked by, the embodiment of a perfect, sun-drenched life. But beneath the high-end surgical scrubs and the designer clothes, a calculated and repetitive nightmare was unfolding. The facade began to crack in 2018 when investigators started pulling on a single thread that would eventually unravel a tapestry of horror. They began to look into allegations that this golden couple was using their social standing as a lure. The strategy was as simple as it was sinister. They would frequent public places, using their combined charm to put women at ease. Sarissa's presence was a key part of the trap. People are naturally less guarded around a beautiful woman and a successful doctor. Her presence acted as a seal of safety, a silent promise that no harm could come from such a pair. Once the initial bond of trust was formed, the victims would be invited back to Grant's luxury home. It was within those walls that the sanctuary turned into a hunting ground. Prosecutors would later describe a process of systematic incapacitation. They alleged that the couple used a cocktail of drugs, substances designed to strip a person of their will, their memory, and their ability to move. These were not the actions of a couple who had lost control for one night. These were the actions of predators who had refined their method into a science. When the police executed a search warrant on Grant's home, they expected to find evidence, but they were not prepared for the scale of what they discovered. On Grant's electronic devices, investigators found thousands of videos and photographs. The sheer volume of the material was staggering. It wasn't just the quantity that was disturbing, but the content. The footage captured women in various states of undress and consciousness, many appearing completely oblivious to their surroundings or the acts being performed upon them. The videos were a digital trophy room, a way for the couple to relive their crimes and maintain a sense of power over those they had violated. The fallout was a tidal wave that hit the Newport Beach community with devastating force. Patients who had undergone surgery at Grant's hands were left wondering who had really been hovering over them while they were under anesthesia. The medical board, the local schools, and the social circles they inhabited were all forced to reckon with the fact that they had invited a wolf into their midst and called him a leader. As the legal proceedings began, the case became a battleground of narratives. The defense fought fiercely to suppress the video evidence, arguing about privacy and the nature of consent. They painted the couple as victims of an overzealous prosecution and a public eager to tear down those at the top. The case stretched on for years, moving through various levels of the court system, filled with delays and complex legal maneuvering that left the victims waiting in a state of suspended justice. Eventually, the reality of the situation could not be hidden behind expensive lawyers or public relations campaigns. The weight of the digital evidence was too heavy to ignore. The story of Grant and Sarissa became a landmark lesson in the psychology of the high-functioning predator. It proved that a medical degree is not a certificate of character and that a beautiful face can be the most effective camouflage for a distorted mind. This case remains chilling because it challenges our fundamental assumptions about safety. We want to believe that we can spot a threat, that a dangerous person will look or act in a way that warns us. But Grant and Sarissa looked like the best of us. They were the people we were taught to aspire to be. The lingering horror of this story is the realization that the most dangerous traps are the ones we walk into willingly, led by the hand of someone we were told to trust. It is the chilling thought that while a doctor is checking your pulse, they might be calculating your silence. It reminds us that the truth doesn't live in a house by the beach or in a prestigious title. The truth lives in the dark, and sometimes it takes a long time for the light to finally reach it. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who erased his entire family quietly, methodically, and then vanished so completely that for nearly 2 decades, no one knew where he had gone or how he had done it. This is a true crime story about control, shame, patience, and how an ordinary-looking life can hide something unimaginably cold beneath its surface. In the early 1970s, John List lived with his family in a large mansion-style home in Westfield, New Jersey. From the outside, the house looked impressive, even grand. It stood as a symbol of stability and success. Inside lived John, his wife Helen, their 3 children, and John's elderly mother. To neighbors and acquaintances, the List family appeared reserved, traditional, and deeply religious. They attended church regularly. They followed routines. There were no public scandals, no visible chaos. John List was quiet and rigid. He believed strongly in order, discipline, and moral structure. He saw himself as the head of the household, responsible for guiding his family not just materially, but spiritually. He believed that appearances mattered deeply. Failure, to him, was not just personal. It was shameful. Behind that controlled exterior, however, John's life was slowly collapsing. He had lost his job. His finances were falling apart. Debt was mounting. The lifestyle he believed his family needed was no longer sustainable. Instead of adjusting, instead of asking for help, John withdrew further into himself. He continued dressing neatly, attending church, and pretending everything was fine. He told no one the truth. Inside his mind, Something dangerous was forming. John began convincing himself that his family would not survive what was coming. He believed they would be humiliated. He believed they would lose their faith. He believed the world would corrupt them. Gradually, disturbingly, he reframed murder as mercy. He convinced himself that killing them would save them. On November 9th, 1971, John List acted. That morning, he went about his routine calmly. There was no explosion of anger, no sudden break. One by one, he killed his family members inside their home. His wife, his children, his mother. Each act was deliberate, controlled, quiet. He arranged their bodies carefully, positioning them as if they were sleeping or praying. He turned on classical music to fill the house with sound, masking the silence that followed. Afterward, John did not flee in panic. He cleaned. He wrote letters. He canceled newspaper deliveries. He shut off lights. He locked the house. Then he simply walked away. For weeks, no one noticed. Neighbors assumed the family was away. The house sat undisturbed, filled with music playing endlessly in empty rooms. It was only when a concerned acquaintance requested a welfare check that police entered the home and discovered the bodies. The scene stunned investigators. There were no signs of struggle, no forced entry, no robbery. Everything pointed inward. And John List was gone. The investigation stretched on, but leads dried up quickly. John had planned carefully. He left behind little trace. No clear destination. No impulsive mistakes. As years passed, the case went cold. The large house was eventually demolished, but the mystery remained. Nearly 18 years later, the case resurfaced unexpectedly. In 1989, John List's story was featured on a television program focused on wanted fugitives. For the first time, a forensic artist created an age-progressed image of what John might look like after nearly 2 decades on the run. The image was broadcast nationally. Someone recognized him. That someone was a neighbor in a quiet town in Virginia who knew a man named Robert Clark, a reserved, polite accountant, a church-going man, a devoted husband, someone who fit seamlessly into the background of suburban life. Robert Clark was John List. He had remarried. He had built a new life. He had maintained the same rigid routines, the same controlled demeanor. For 18 years, he lived undetected, blending into normalcy with chilling ease. When police arrested him, John did not resist. He did not deny what he had done. At trial, he showed little emotion. He spoke calmly. He framed his actions as tragic but necessary. The jury did not accept this narrative. In 1990, John List was convicted of 5 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison. What makes this story linger is not just the violence. It is the patience, the calculation, the way a man erased an entire family and then waited quietly for years, living as if nothing had happened. It forces us to confront how little we sometimes know about the people beside us. How appearances can be carefully constructed. How danger does not always arrive screaming. Sometimes it arrives dressed neatly, speaking softly, and waiting for the right moment. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who trusted the system, trusted the people around her, and trusted that if something went wrong, someone would notice. This is a true crime story about patience, control, and how a murderer can hide behind routine and politeness for years while an entire life quietly collapses around him. In the early 2000s, in the quiet suburbs of California, Elaine O'Hara lived a life that appeared fragile but functional. She was intelligent, introspective, and deeply private. Elaine struggled with mental health issues, including depression, but she also had a rich inner world. She loved writing, walking near water, and spending time alone. She was someone who thought deeply and trusted selectively. Those close to her knew she had moments of darkness, but they also knew she was thoughtful and gentle, not reckless or impulsive. Elaine did not crave chaos. She craved connection. During this time, she met a man named Graham Dwyer through an online forum. Graham presented himself as confident, successful, and emotionally steady. He worked as an architect, had a stable career, and lived what appeared to be a disciplined, respectable life. He was married. He had children. From the outside, Graham looked like someone rooted firmly in reality. What Elaine did not see immediately was how carefully Graham controlled the version of himself he showed to others. Their conversations began slowly. They talked about ideas, emotions, personal struggles. Graham listened closely. He asked questions. He mirrored her thoughts. He gave Elaine the feeling of being truly seen. Over time, the dynamic shifted. Graham introduced darker themes into their conversations. Power, submission, fantasy. He framed these ideas as consensual, intellectual, and safe. But beneath the language was manipulation. Graham began setting rules. He tested boundaries. He encouraged secrecy. He pushed Elaine to isolate parts of her life from others, framing this isolation as intimacy. He convinced her that what they shared could not be understood by outsiders. Slowly, subtly, Elaine's emotional world began revolving around him. In 2012, Elaine disappeared. At first, it seemed plausible that she had gone away on her own. She had done so before during periods of emotional distress. But days passed, then weeks, then months. Her phone stopped connecting to cell towers. Her bank accounts went silent. No one heard from her. Elaine was reported missing. Searches were conducted. Investigators examined her habits, her journals, her online activity. They found writings that spoke about emotional pain, but also plans for the future. There was nothing indicating a final goodbye, nothing indicating she intended to vanish permanently. As the investigation deepened, Graham Dwyer appeared cooperative, calm, helpful. He spoke logically. He framed Elaine as emotionally unstable, suggesting she may have harmed herself. He expressed concern without urgency. He positioned himself as a reasonable voice amid uncertainty. But investigators noticed inconsistencies. Phone data showed that Graham and Elaine had been in contact far more frequently than he admitted. GPS data placed Graham's phone in remote rural areas at unusual times. There were gaps in Elaine's final movements that pointed toward planning rather than impulsive action. What investigators uncovered next changed everything. During a search of a reservoir, authorities discovered human remains, partial, whether by time and water. Forensic testing confirmed they belonged to Elaine O'Hara. The location was not random. It was secluded, difficult to access, and required familiarity. Evidence began stacking quietly, piece by piece. Police recovered items from the water nearby. Tools, objects connected to Graham. Some were traced back to purchases he had made. Others matched descriptions from Elaine's writings that described fear, control, and a growing sense of danger. Graham was arrested. At trial, the full picture emerged. Graham had not lost control. He had planned meticulously. He used emotional manipulation to normalize violence in Elaine's mind before ever committing it physically. He controlled the narrative. He controlled the timing. He chose a location he believed would hide the truth forever. Elaine had trusted him. In court, Graham showed little emotion. He maintained his composure. He focused on technicalities. He avoided responsibility. Prosecutors dismantled his image carefully, revealing how he compartmentalized his life, presenting himself as a family man while maintaining a secret world built on dominance and control. In 2015, Graham Dwyer was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. Elaine O'Hara's story did not end with her disappearance. It continues because of what it reveals. How danger does not always come loudly. How it can arrive politely. How it can speak softly, offer understanding, and slowly reshape someone's sense of safety until escape feels impossible. This story stays with people because it is not about chaos. It is about patience. It is about how evil can wait. It is about how trust, once weaponized, becomes the most powerful tool of all. And it is about a woman who deserved protection, truth, and peace long before the system finally listened. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who was trusted by parents, respected by politicians, admired by neighbors, and welcomed into homes without hesitation, a man who used smiles, handshakes, and community service to build a disguise so effective that it allowed him to murder again and again while people thanked him for his kindness. This is a true crime story about masks, manipulation, and how evil can hide behind the loudest appearance of normal life. John Wayne Gacy was born in Chicago in 1942 into a household ruled by fear and contradiction. His father was violent, alcoholic, and deeply critical, especially toward John, whom he mocked as weak and worthless. Praise was rare, approval almost non-existent. From a young age, John learned that love was conditional and power came from dominance. He learned to perform, to please, to lie if necessary, and above all, to crave validation. As he grew older, John discovered something important about himself. He was good at talking. He was charming. He could make people laugh, make them feel comfortable, make them trust him quickly. These skills would become the foundation of everything that followed. By his 20s, John had already shown signs of deviant behavior. He was arrested once for sexual assault against a teenage boy and served time in prison. But after his release, instead of being watched closely, he was allowed to rebuild his life almost completely unchecked. He moved back to Illinois, married, started a business, and began integrating himself into the community. This is where the mask became complete. John Wayne Gacy ran a successful contracting company. He hired teenage boys and young men, often those who needed money or guidance. He paid them. He joked with them. He treated them like friends. Parents trusted him because he seemed responsible. Police trusted him because he was active in civic organizations. Politicians trusted him because he volunteered tirelessly for local events. And then there was the clown. Gacy performed at hospitals and charity events dressed as a clown he called Pogo. Children laughed. Adults smiled. Cameras flashed. The image of a man who brought joy to others became deeply embedded in the public perception of who he was. No one imagined that the same hands holding balloons had also strangled, beaten, and buried dozens of young men. The murders began quietly in the early 1970s. Gacy lured victims to his home with promises of work, alcohol, or a place to stay. Once inside, the atmosphere shifted. He used handcuffs as part of what he claimed was a magic trick. Once restrained, escape became impossible. He tortured and killed his victims slowly, often strangling them, sometimes assaulting them before death. What makes this story particularly horrifying is not just the violence, but the logistics. Gacy buried many of his victims beneath his house, in a crawl space, under the floorboards. He continued living there. He hosted parties. He invited guests over. He slept feet above decomposing bodies. When the smell became noticeable, he blamed dampness, sewage issues, or dead animals. People believed him because they wanted to believe him, because the alternative was too disturbing to consider. Over the years, young men kept disappearing. Some were reported missing. Some were not. Many came from unstable backgrounds. Police dismissed early concerns, assuming the victims had run away or left town. When parents complained, Gacy was questioned more than once. Each time, he talked his way through it. Calm, cooperative, convincing. He even passed background checks. He continued killing. Everything changed in December 1978 when a 15-year-old boy named Robert Pius disappeared after mentioning a job opportunity with Gacy. This time, the circumstances did not allow police to ignore it. The boy had been reliable. He had a strong family. He vanished suddenly. Investigators searched Gacy's house. At first, they found nothing concrete, but something felt wrong. The smell, the inconsistencies in his statements, the sheer number of young men connected to him. Surveillance was established. They watched him closely. During this period, Gacy dumped several bodies into the Des Plaines River, trying desperately to reduce the evidence beneath his home. But it was too late. The walls were closing in. When police finally obtained a warrant and began digging beneath the house, the truth emerged slowly, then overwhelmingly. Body after body, layered, packed. 33 victims in total, making John Wayne Gacy one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. When arrested, Gacy shifted between confidence and panic. He tried to maintain control, but it was gone. During interrogation, he spoke in circles, contradicted himself, and occasionally bragged. He claimed alternate personalities. He blamed others. None of it worked. At trial, the evidence was unbearable. Families sat through descriptions of how their sons had been tortured and killed. The jury convicted Gacy of multiple counts of murder. He was sentenced to death. In prison, Gacy continued performing, this time as an artist. He painted clowns. He sold them. He signed them with his name. Even in confinement, he clung to the identity he believed protected him. John Wayne Gacy was executed in 1994. This story endures not because of spectacle, but because of betrayal. He was not a shadowy stranger. He was the man parents trusted with their children. He was the neighbor who volunteered. He was the clown who made people laugh. And beneath that carefully constructed image was a predator who understood one terrifying truth. People are less afraid of monsters when they are smiling. Next story. I'm going to tell you a true story that unfolded quietly across multiple states, a case that remained hidden not because it was invisible, but because it was disguised as something familiar. This is a story about a man who did not rely on force or sudden violence, but on patience, persuasion, and the slow erosion of another person's sense of reality. It is about how identity can be stolen without leaving bruises, how captivity can exist without chains, and how a life can be rewritten so completely that even the victim forgets who they once were. This is the true story of Franklin Delano Floyd. Franklin Floyd spent decades moving through the United States without attracting attention. He did not look threatening. He did not behave recklessly. He spoke softly, often presenting himself as religious, disciplined, and concerned with morality. To strangers, he appeared like someone who valued structure and responsibility. He often positioned himself as a caretaker, a man willing to step in and help people who were broken or abandoned. But this image was carefully constructed. Beneath it was someone who understood how to control others by first making them dependent. In the early 1970s, Floyd abducted a young girl named Suzanne Marie Savakis. She was only a child when he took her, removing her from her real family and erasing her identity completely. Floyd renamed her Sharon Marshall and raised her as his daughter. From the beginning, he isolated her. They moved constantly. New towns, new schools, new names. He told her lies about her past, convincing her that her mother was dead and that the outside world was dangerous. Over time, he trained her to obey, not through constant violence, but through fear, manipulation, and emotional control. Sharon was intelligent. Teachers noticed her academic ability. She performed well in school, often standing out as bright and capable. But she was withdrawn, cautious, and deeply submissive. Floyd monitored her closely, controlling her interactions, her movements, and her education. He often claimed she had suffered abuse and needed strict protection. This explanation discouraged questions. People assumed her silence was trauma, not imprisonment. As Sharon grew older, Floyd's control intensified. The relationship shifted from something disturbing to something criminal. He began sexually abusing her while continuing to present himself publicly as her father. Sharon had been conditioned from childhood to believe she had no options, no family, and no identity beyond what Floyd allowed her to have. She complied because resistance had been trained out of her long before she reached adulthood. Eventually, Floyd forced Sharon into a marriage with a man he selected. The marriage was not meant to free her. It was meant to maintain control while giving the appearance of normalcy. From that marriage, Sharon gave birth to a daughter. Even then, Floyd remained central in her life, dictating where they lived and how decisions were made. Sharon's life looked stable from the outside, but internally, she remained trapped in a role she never chose. In 1989, Sharon Marshall was found dead along a highway in Oklahoma. Her car had been struck in what appeared to be a hit-and-run accident. Authorities ruled it accidental. There was no immediate reason to suspect foul play. Floyd once again stepped into the role of guardian, taking custody of Sharon's young daughter. He told others that tragedy had followed him, reinforcing his image as a man burdened by loss rather than one responsible for it. But behind the scenes, investigators in different states were beginning to connect pieces of Floyd's past. His name surfaced in cases involving fraud, child abuse, and kidnapping. His story shifted depending on who he spoke to. Records did not align. Identities overlapped. When law enforcement finally dug into Sharon Marshall's history, they discovered something unsettling. She did not exist before Floyd created her. The truth came slowly. Sharon Marshall was not Sharon Marshall at all. She was Suzanne Savakis, a child abducted years earlier whose real family had never stopped searching for her. By the time this truth emerged, Suzanne was already dead. The realization that her entire life had been stolen, rewritten, and controlled after her kidnapping sent shockwaves through investigators. Authorities began to re-examine Sharon's death. While Floyd was never formally convicted of murdering her, evidence suggested that her death may not have been accidental. Investigators believe that Floyd had motive, opportunity, and a long history of eliminating threats to his control. The pattern was clear. When people became independent, when they began to question, they were removed. Franklin Floyd was eventually convicted on multiple charges, including kidnapping and sexual abuse. He was sentenced to decades in prison. Even during sentencing, he remained emotionally flat, refusing to fully acknowledge the harm he had caused. He continued to speak in vague justifications, as if still attempting to control the narrative of the lives he had destroyed. This case is chilling because it unfolded in plain sight. Teachers saw Sharon. Neighbors spoke to Floyd. Officials accepted his explanations. No one imagined that a child could be stolen, renamed, abused, and carried through adulthood without ever escaping. There were no locked doors visible to the world. No chains. Just lies repeated until they became reality. Suzanne Savakis lived her entire life under someone else's name. She never experienced freedom, never reunited with her family, never chose who she became. Her story reminds us that the most dangerous prisons are not always hidden underground or reinforced with steel. Sometimes they exist inside the mind, built slowly by someone who understands exactly how to make captivity feel like protection. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted, but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. I'm going to tell you a story about faith, power, and silence. About how an institution trusted by millions became the shelter for predators who used the language of God to destroy lives. This is the story of how the Catholic Church's greatest sin was not just what was done, but what it allowed to continue. For centuries, the Catholic Church stood as one of the most powerful institutions on earth. It preached compassion, morality, and the protection of the innocent. Priests were seen as moral guides, spiritual fathers who comforted families, baptized children, and buried the dead. In many small towns, a priest's word carried more weight than any law or government. People believed they represented holiness itself. But beneath that image, hidden for decades, an epidemic of abuse was spreading across parishes, schools, and orphanages. It was not the story of one man or one place. It was a pattern repeated around the world. In the United States, Ireland, Australia, Latin America, and Europe, a pattern of priests abusing children and a church hierarchy protecting them. The earliest public cases appeared in the 1980s, but the roots went back much further. Survivors later revealed that the abuse had been happening for generations, buried behind closed doors and sealed files. In many cases, victims were children as young as 7 or 8, altar boys, choir members, and students who looked up to their priests as father figures. The abuse often followed the same pattern. A priest would identify a vulnerable child, usually one from a devout family or a broken home. He would offer attention, kindness, or gifts, gestures that seemed harmless to parents who trusted the church completely. Once that trust was secured, the abuse began. Some victims were assaulted in rectories, others in confession rooms, church basements, or during trips organized by the parish. For decades, when parents or victims tried to report what happened, their complaints were quietly dismissed. Church officials moved accused priests from one parish to another instead of calling the police. Each transfer gave predators a new set of victims. The church claimed these were isolated incidents or misunderstandings. In truth, it was a system designed to protect itself from scandal. In 1985, a young Louisiana priest named Gilbert Goth became one of the first publicly exposed abusers. His case revealed that church leaders had known about his behavior for years but kept it secret. Dozens of children had been assaulted. The revelation shattered the illusion of moral perfection that surrounded the clergy. But even then, the full scope of the problem was not yet understood. By the early 2000s, everything changed. The Boston Globe newspaper launched an investigation after receiving sealed court documents showing that church officials had covered up decades of abuse. The Globe's reporters uncovered a network of secrecy that reached from local parishes all the way to the Vatican. Their 2002 expose revealed that more than 70 priests in the Boston area alone had been accused of abusing minors, and that church leaders had reassigned them again and again despite repeated warnings. The impact was explosive. The stories poured in from across the United States. Thousands of survivors describing nearly identical experiences of manipulation, guilt, and silence. Investigations spread to other countries, uncovering systemic abuse in Ireland, Germany, Chile, and Australia. In Ireland, government inquiries later revealed abuse in Catholic-run orphanages and industrial schools dating back to the 1940s. Some survivors described physical and sexual assaults so severe they left lifelong trauma. The church responded by expressing sorrow, but often avoided responsibility. High-ranking bishops claimed they had trusted their priests or misunderstood the seriousness of the allegations. Yet internal documents showed otherwise. Memos, letters, and reports revealed that church leaders had known for decades about abusers and had deliberately chosen to conceal their crimes. In 2018, a grand jury investigation in Pennsylvania released a report that changed everything. The report named over 300 priests who had abused more than 1,000 children over 70 years. The evidence included internal church archives that described abuse in horrifying detail. Some files showed that church officials had recorded the crimes but never alerted law enforcement. Instead, they offered counseling to the priests, sent them on retreats, and quietly reassigned them to new parishes. The survivors' testimonies were heartbreaking. Many described how the abuse had shattered their faith, leaving them unable to enter a church again. Others spoke of lives consumed by depression, addiction, or guilt, feelings rooted in the manipulation that made them believe the abuse was their fault. For decades, many have been too ashamed to tell anyone. It was only when others spoke out publicly that they found the strength to come forward. Financially, the church faced massive consequences. By the 2020s, Catholic dioceses across the United States had paid more than $4 billion in settlements to victims. Some dioceses declared bankruptcy to avoid further lawsuits. But no amount of money could heal the damage done to the people who had once believed the church represented safety and purity. In Ireland, entire generations grew up under the shadow of what was later called the Magdalene Laundries, institutions where girls and women, often victims of abuse, were confined, exploited, and silenced by nuns. In Australia, a royal commission found that 7% of priests had been accused of sexual abuse between 1950 and 2010. The numbers revealed that this was not a few isolated bad actors. It was a structural failure stretching across continents. The Vatican itself was forced to confront the crisis publicly. In recent years, Popes Benedict and Francis both acknowledged the scale of the wrongdoing. Francis met with survivors, promising reform and accountability. But critics argued that the Church's response remained too slow and too focused on damage control rather than justice. The deeper tragedy lies in the betrayal of faith. For victims, their abusers were not strangers. They were men who baptized them, heard their confessions, and preached about sin and forgiveness. The manipulation went beyond physical harm. It attacked the very core of trust and belief. Today, the Catholic Church continues to face investigations and lawsuits around the world. Many countries have established new laws requiring the immediate reporting of abuse, regardless of religious confidentiality. Some dioceses have implemented background checks and training programs. But for the countless survivors who never received justice, the scars remain. The Church's failure was not only in the crimes themselves, but in the decades of denial that followed. It showed how power and secrecy can turn even the most sacred institutions into places of fear. The damage stretched far beyond the victims. It eroded the faith of millions who once looked to the Church for moral guidance. The story of the Catholic Church abuse crisis is not just about religion. It is about how human systems can become corrupted by pride, and how silence can destroy more lives than violence ever could. Even now, survivors gather quietly in support groups around the world, lighting candles for those who never found the courage to speak. Their strength, not the Church's apologies, is what has kept the truth alive. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. Two skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tanya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tanya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tanya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tanya's, destroyed reputations, and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tanya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tanya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tanya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tanya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tanya's rough background had not provided. But Tanya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, she became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tanya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tanya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tanya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tanya was not, and she was winning. Tanya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tanya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tanya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer, Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of the scandal. She finished 8th. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition, proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention more than air, about lies that spiraled into murder, and about how the need to be seen as a victim can transform someone into a monster. In the small town of Springfield, Missouri, where neighbors knew each other and supported one another through hardships, a young mother was gaining sympathy and admiration for her strength in the face of tragedy. Her daughter suffered from mysterious illnesses that required frequent hospitalizations. Friends rallied around her, impressed by her devotion and resilience. But the illnesses were not mysterious at all. They were being caused by the mother herself. This is the story of Dee Dee Blanchard and the murder that exposed years of abuse. For over a decade, Dee Dee convinced the world that her daughter Gypsy Rose was severely ill, confined to a wheelchair, mentally disabled, and suffering from leukemia, muscular dystrophy, and numerous other conditions. She shaved Gypsy's head, forced her to use a wheelchair, and underwent unnecessary surgeries and treatments. In reality, Gypsy was healthy. Dee Dee had Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a disorder where caregivers fabricate or induce illness in those they care for to gain attention and sympathy. On June 14, 2015, Gypsy and her secret boyfriend, Nicholas Gojon, murdered Dee Dee, stabbing her to death in her sleep. The murder exposed decades of abuse and raised difficult questions about victim and perpetrator. Claudine Petra, who later called herself Dee Dee Blanchard, was born on May 3, 1967, in Chack Bay, Louisiana. She grew up in a troubled family where manipulation and dysfunction were normal. From a young age, Dee Dee showed patterns of lying and stealing. Family members described her as someone who constantly sought attention and would fabricate stories to make herself the center of drama. Dee Dee became pregnant as a teenager and gave birth to Gypsy Rose in 1991. The father, Rod Blanchard, was young and unprepared for parenthood. He and Dee Dee separated shortly after Gypsy's birth, though Rod remained involved and paid child support. This gave Dee Dee the perfect situation, a child she could control completely without interference from a partner. When Gypsy was a baby, Dee Dee began claiming the child had sleep apnea and other health problems. As Gypsy grew, the list of supposed illnesses expanded dramatically. Dee Dee claimed Gypsy had muscular dystrophy, leukemia, epilepsy, asthma, and the mental capacity of a 7-year-old due to brain damage from premature birth. None of this was true. Gypsy had been born full-term and healthy. Dee Dee forced Gypsy to use a wheelchair even though she could walk. She shaved Gypsy's head to mimic hair loss from chemotherapy that Gypsy never actually needed. She had feeding tubes inserted even though Gypsy could eat normally. She subjected her daughter to unnecessary surgeries, medications, and treatments, all to maintain the illusion of severe illness. The deception worked spectacularly. Doctors were fooled by Dee Dee's detailed medical histories and her ability to describe symptoms convincingly. When doctors expressed doubt, Dee Dee would simply find new doctors and claim previous records had been lost. After Hurricane Katrina in 2005, Dee Dee used the disaster as an excuse for why medical records were unavailable, making it nearly impossible for doctors to verify her claims. Dee Dee and Gypsy became local celebrities. They received a house from Habitat for Humanity, trips to Disney World from Make-A-Wish Foundation, and constant attention from charities and well-wishers. Dee Dee basked in the sympathy and admiration, presenting herself as a saintly mother caring for a desperately ill child. But Gypsy was becoming aware that something was wrong. As she entered her teens, she realized she was not actually sick. She could walk when her mother was not watching. She was not mentally disabled. She began to understand that her mother was lying and that she was trapped in a prison of fabricated illness. Gypsy began secretly using the internet, creating online profiles where she pretended to be a healthy young woman. In 2012, she met Nicholas Gojon through a Christian dating site. Nicholas had his own psychological problems, including autism and a disturbed sexual fixation on violence, but he believed Gypsy's claims that she was being held prisoner by her abusive mother. Over 3 years, Gypsy and Nicholas developed a relationship conducted entirely online and during brief secret meetings. Gypsy became convinced that murder was her only escape from Dee Dee's control. She manipulated Nicholas, playing on his devotion and his violent fantasies, convincing him that killing Dee Dee was the only way they could be together. On June 14, 2015, Nicholas traveled to Springfield and entered the home Dee Dee and Gypsy shared. While Dee Dee slept, Nicholas stabbed her 17 times, killing her. Gypsy waited in another room, listening to her mother die. Afterward, they took money and fled to Wisconsin, where Nicholas lived. Before leaving, Gypsy posted messages on Facebook from Dee Dee's account, saying cryptic things that alarmed friends. When concerned neighbors found Dee Dee's body days later, police initially feared Gypsy had been kidnapped by whoever killed her mother. But investigation quickly revealed the truth. Police tracked Gypsy and Nicholas to Wisconsin through online records and arrested them. During interrogation, the full scope of Dee Dee's deception emerged. Medical experts examined Gypsy and confirmed she had no significant health problems. The wheelchair, the medications, the surgeries had all been unnecessary. Years of medical abuse inflicted by a mother whose need for attention had destroyed her daughter's childhood. The legal and moral questions were complex. Gypsy had participated in murdering her mother, but she had also been a victim of horrific abuse for her entire life. Nicholas had committed the actual killing, but had been manipulated by Gypsy. In 2016, Gypsy pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Nicholas was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. Gypsy Rose was released from prison in December 2023 after serving 8 years. She has spoken publicly about the abuse she suffered and her regret over the murder. She acknowledges she should have sought help through legal means, but felt she had no other escape from her mother's control. The case revealed the horrors of Munchausen syndrome by proxy and how medical systems can fail to protect victims when caregivers are skilled manipulators. It raised difficult questions about culpability when victims of long-term abuse commit violence against their abusers. And it demonstrated that sometimes the people who seem most devoted and caring are actually the most dangerous, using love and concern as masks for cruelty and control. I'm going to tell you a story about betrayal in the most intimate form, about a man who used charm as a weapon, and about how trust can become the deadliest vulnerability of all. In the affluent suburbs of Connecticut during the 1980s, a successful airline pilot seemed to have everything: a beautiful home, a thriving career, and the respect of his community. He was intelligent, well-spoken, and appeared to be living the American dream. But Richard Crafts was hiding a dark secret, and when his wife finally decided to leave him, he would commit a crime so calculated it would change forensic investigation forever. This is the story of Richard Crafts, the wood chipper incident. In November 1986, his wife Hella, a flight attendant, disappeared after telling friends she planned to divorce Richard and had gathered evidence of his infidelity. Richard claimed she had left for Denmark to visit family, but investigators became suspicious. What they eventually discovered was that Richard had ended his wife's life, then used a commercial wood chipper to destroy her body, scattering the remains across a frozen riverbank. His conviction in 1989 became the first successful prosecution in Connecticut history without an intact body, revolutionizing how cases could be prosecuted. Richard Bunnell Crafts was born on December 20th, 1937, in New York. His childhood appeared stable on the surface, with a middle-class upbringing and adequate resources. He was intelligent and performed well academically, showing particular aptitude for technical subjects and planning. He pursued aviation and became a commercial airline pilot, a prestigious career that required discipline and attention to detail. Richard married Helen Nielsen in 1969. Helle was a beautiful Danish woman who worked as a flight attendant for Pan Am. They had 3 children and lived in a comfortable home in Newtown, Connecticut. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful couple living a comfortable suburban life. Richard was respected in his profession and appeared to be a devoted family man. But the marriage was troubled beneath the surface. Richard was controlling and emotionally distant. He monitored Helle's activities and became angry when she showed independence. He had affairs, but became enraged when he suspected Helle of any disloyalty. The relationship was marked by his need for absolute control over every aspect of their lives. By 1986, Helle had had enough. She consulted a divorce attorney and began gathering evidence of Richard's infidelity, including receipts and documentation that would support her case. She told friends and family that she was leaving Richard and feared how he might react. She made it clear that if anything happened to her, Richard should be the primary suspect. These statements would later prove crucial to the investigation. On November 18, 1986, during a snowstorm, Helle disappeared. Richard told people she had gone to Denmark to visit her sick mother. He produced what appeared to be letters and communications from Helle explaining her absence. But Helle's friends and family did not believe these explanations. Helle would never abandon her children. They insisted, and the communications did not sound like her. Police began investigating, and suspicions centered on Richard from the beginning. His story had inconsistencies, and his behavior seemed wrong for someone whose wife had suddenly left. He showed little emotion or concern about Helle's absence. He was making plans to sell their house and reorganize his life unusually quickly for someone expecting his wife to return. Investigators discovered that Richard had rented a large commercial wood chipper in the days following Helle's disappearance. Witnesses reported seeing him operating the machine near the Housatonic River during the snowstorm, unusual activity for that time and weather. He had also purchased new bedding and had cleaned the house extensively. Police obtained a warrant to search the property and began painstaking forensic work. They examined the wood chipper Richard had rented and found tiny fragments of human tissue, bone, and hair inside. They searched the riverbank where witnesses had seen him operating the machine and found minute pieces of human remains, teeth, bone fragments, and other evidence scattered across a wide area. The forensic investigation was groundbreaking. Scientists examined hundreds of tiny fragments, piecing together evidence that would prove what had happened to Helle. They found a tooth cap that Helle's dentist identified as matching her dental work. They found fingernail fragments with polish matching the brand Helle used. They found bone pieces that, when analyzed, were consistent with Helle's medical history, including old injuries. The case against Richard was built on these fragments and on the circumstantial evidence of his actions after Helle's disappearance. Prosecutors argued that Richard had ended Helle's life in their home, likely while she slept, then dismembered her body and used the wood chipper to destroy the remains, scattering them along the riverbank where they would be difficult to find and identify. Richard's first trial in 1988 ended in a hung jury. One juror could not accept that the tiny fragments constituted sufficient proof. But prosecutors tried him again, and in 1989, Richard Crafts was convicted. The jury accepted that the accumulation of forensic evidence, combined with Richard's suspicious behavior and the circumstances of Hella's disappearance, proved beyond reasonable doubt that he had ended his wife's life. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. Throughout both trials, Richard showed little emotion and maintained that Hella had simply left and the evidence against him was coincidental or misinterpreted. He never confessed and never showed remorse for what had happened to the mother of his children. Richard Crafts was released from prison in 2020 after serving over 30 years. He was 82 years old when freed, an elderly man who had spent most of his adult life behind bars. His release sparked outrage from Hella's family and friends, who felt justice had not been fully served. The Crafts case became famous in forensic science and legal circles as a landmark prosecution. It demonstrated that cases could be successfully tried even without an intact body, as long as sufficient physical evidence could be gathered and presented. The painstaking forensic work involved in identifying tiny fragments scattered across a wide area became a model for future investigations. Hella Crafts' family never recovered from her loss. Her children grew up without their mother, knowing their father had taken her from them. They had to process not just the loss, but the horrific manner of it, knowing that Richard had tried to erase every trace of Hella's existence. The case stands as a reminder that danger often comes from those closest to us, that domestic relationships can become deadly when control and possession override love and respect. Richard Crafts could not accept that Hella would leave him, and rather than let her go, he chose to destroy her completely, believing his careful planning would allow him to escape justice. The tiny fragments of evidence he could not eliminate became the proof that brought him down, demonstrating that even the most calculated crimes leave traces that determined investigators can find. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who turned tragedy into profit, about deception that lasted decades, and about how the desire for sympathy and financial gain can lead someone to commit the unthinkable repeatedly. In the small town of Wanacue, New Jersey, during the 1970s and 1980s, one family seemed cursed by terrible luck. Mary Beth Tinning's children kept passing away, one after another, from various mysterious illnesses and sudden medical emergencies. Neighbors expressed sympathy for the seemingly devoted mother who kept losing her babies. Doctors were puzzled by the string of tragedies. But no one suspected that Mary Beth herself was causing these deaths, ending the lives of her own children to gain attention and sympathy. This is the story of Mary Beth Tinning, who between 1972 and 1985 ended the lives of 9 of her own children through suffocation and other means. She would bring her babies to hospitals in crisis, appearing as a distraught mother seeking help, while she was actually the cause of their medical emergencies. Her conviction in 1987 exposed one of the most disturbing cases of Munchausen syndrome by proxy ever documented and revealed how a mother's need for attention could override the most basic parental instincts. Mary Beth Rowe was born on September 11, 1942, in Duanesburg, New York. Her childhood was marked by emotional neglect and a desperate hunger for attention. Her parents were cold and distant, showing little affection to their children. Her father was an alcoholic who spent little time with the family. Her mother was emotionally unavailable, providing basic physical care but no warmth or nurturing. Mary Beth grew up feeling invisible and worthless. She struggled in school, not due to lack of ability, but because she could not focus when her emotional needs were so unmet. She had few friends and spent most of her time alone, developing fantasies about being special or important in some way. She craved recognition and sympathy, but had no healthy way to obtain it. She married Joseph Tinning in 1965. Joseph was a stable, hardworking man who provided financial security. They settled in Schenectady, New York, and began having children. For Mary Beth, motherhood seemed like an opportunity to finally matter, to be important to someone. But she quickly discovered that healthy children did not generate the attention she craved. In January 1972, Mary Beth's 8-day-old daughter, Jennifer, passed away from what doctors determined was meningitis and pulmonary edema. The death appeared natural and tragic. The community rallied around Mary Beth, offering sympathy and support. For perhaps the first time in her life, Mary Beth was the center of attention, receiving care and concern from everyone around her. The experience was intoxicating. Just 17 days after Jennifer's passing, Mary Beth's 2-year-old son, Joseph, died suddenly. Doctors attributed it to cardiac arrest related to a previous illness. 2 children gone within 3 weeks seemed impossibly tragic, but medical professionals accepted Mary Beth's explanations, and no one suspected foul play. Mary Beth received even more sympathy and attention as the unlucky mother who had lost 2 children. What no one realized was that Mary Beth had discovered a terrible way to get the attention she desperately needed. By harming her children, she could create medical crises that brought doctors, nurses, neighbors, and family members rushing to support her. She was no longer invisible. She mattered. Over the next 13 years, 7 more of Mary Beth's children would pass away under suspicious circumstances. Barbara passed away at age 4.5, officially from Reye's syndrome. Timothy passed at age 3 weeks from what was called sudden infant death syndrome. Nathan passed at 5 months, another SIDS diagnosis. Mary Frances passed at 3 months. Jonathan passed at 3 months. Michael passed at 2.5 weeks. Each time, doctors accepted that these were tragic but natural deaths. Mary Beth's method was suffocation. She would smother her babies with pillows or blankets, cutting off their air supply until they stopped breathing. Sometimes she would revive them and bring them to hospitals, creating medical emergencies that required intensive intervention. Other times, she would simply end their lives and present their bodies to authorities, claiming they had stopped breathing suddenly. She carefully selected which children to harm and when. She would wait until the sympathy from one passing had faded, then create a new crisis with another child. She was methodical in maintaining the attention flow she needed, spacing the tragedies to maximize impact without raising immediate suspicion. Some medical professionals did become concerned. After several passings, doctors made notes in records questioning the pattern. But in the early 1980s, awareness of Munchausen syndrome by proxy was limited. The idea that a mother would systematically harm her own children for attention seemed too monstrous to seriously consider, especially when Mary Beth appeared so devoted and distraught. The pattern finally became undeniable in December 1985 when 3-month-old Tammy Lynn was brought to the hospital unconscious. Medical staff managed to revive her initially, but she passed away the following day. This time, a physician's assistant named Linda Anderson refused to accept another unexplained infant passing in the Tinning family. She pushed for investigation, and authorities finally began examining the impossible pattern. When confronted by police, Mary Beth's facade crumbled. She confessed to smothering Tammy Lynn, claiming the baby had been crying and she just wanted her to stop. She denied harming her other children, but investigators did not believe her given the overwhelming pattern. Mary Beth was arrested and charged. Her trial in 1987 focused on Tammy Lynn's passing, as it was the only case with a confession and fresh evidence. Prosecutors argued she had ended all 9 children's lives, but they could only prove the most recent case beyond reasonable doubt. Expert witnesses testified about Munchausen syndrome by proxy, explaining how caregivers harm those in their care to gain attention and sympathy. They described Mary Beth's desperate need for recognition and how harming her children fulfilled that need. The statistical impossibility of 9 children in one family passing from various causes was presented as evidence of systematic harm. The defense argued Mary Beth was a loving mother who had suffered terrible misfortune and had snapped only once under extreme stress. But the jury saw through this argument and recognized the pattern of harm that had continued for over a decade. On July 17, 1987, Mary Beth Tinning was convicted of taking Tammy Lynn's life. She was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. She has been denied parole multiple times and remains incarcerated in New York at age 82. Throughout her imprisonment, Mary Beth has never fully confessed to harming her other children. She maintains that only Tammy Lynn's passing was intentional. This denial continues to haunt the community and the few surviving family members who tried to support her through what they believed was unimaginable tragedy. Her husband, Joseph, divorced her and has lived quietly, never speaking publicly about the horror he lived through. He had trusted his wife completely, never suspecting that the woman he loved was systematically ending their children's lives. I'm going to tell you a story about a friendship that became fatal, about jealousy that festered into violence, and about how toxic relationships can lead young people down paths from which there's no return. In the suburbs of New Jersey during the summer of 2011, two teenage girls were inseparable best friends who shared everything. Rachel Schoaf and Shalia Eddy had known each other since elementary school, forming a bond that seemed unbreakable. But when a third girl entered their friendship circle, the dynamics shifted in dangerous ways. What began as typical teenage jealousy and social drama would escalate into a crime that shocked the nation. This is the story of the elimination of Skylar Neese. On July 6, 2012, 16-year-old Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window at midnight to meet her two best friends, Rachel and Shalia. The girls drove to a remote area in Pennsylvania where Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar, stabbing her repeatedly and leaving her body in the woods. For 6 months, the two girls maintained their innocence, helping search for Skylar and posting tributes on social media. Their confession revealed they had ended their friend's life simply because they no longer wanted to be friends with her. Rachel Schoaf was born in 1996 in West Virginia. She grew up in a religious household where her parents were involved in their local church. Rachel was intelligent and did well in school, participating in activities and appearing to be a normal, well-adjusted teenager. But beneath the surface, she struggled with anxiety and a desperate need for approval from her peers. Shalia Eddy was also born in 1996, growing up in Morgantown, West Virginia. She came from a working-class family and was known for being outgoing and popular. Shalia was the dominant personality in her friendships, someone who liked to be in control and became upset when things did not go her way. Skylar Neese was born in 1996 to loving parents who doted on their only child. She was bright, funny, and had dreams of attending college and building a successful future. She considered Rachel and Shalia her closest friends and trusted them completely. The three girls met in elementary school and became close during their early teenage years. They spent countless hours together, having sleepovers, sharing secrets, and navigating the complicated social world of high school. But by 2012, tensions were developing in the friendship. Rachel and Shalia had become romantically involved with each other, a relationship they wanted to keep secret. Skylar knew about their relationship, and Rachel and Shalia worried she might reveal their secret. Additionally, typical teenage drama about jealousy, perceived slights, and shifting social dynamics created resentment. Rather than simply ending the friendship or accepting that they were growing apart, Rachel and Shalia began discussing a more permanent solution. They planned to eliminate Skylar, believing this would solve their problems and prevent her from revealing their secrets or causing them social difficulties. On the night of July 5, 2012, Rachel and Shalia contacted Skylar and arranged to pick her up at midnight. Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window, something she had done before to hang out with friends. Security cameras captured her getting into Shalia's car, with Rachel already inside. It was the last time Skylar would be seen alive. The girls drove across the state line into Pennsylvania to a remote wooded area they had selected in advance. They had brought knives and cleaning supplies, showing premeditation. Once they arrived at the isolated location, Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar simultaneously, stabbing her repeatedly. Skylar fought for her life but was overpowered by the two attackers. After Skylar passed away, Rachel and Shalia hid her body in the woods, covering it with branches and debris. They cleaned blood from themselves and the car, disposed of evidence, and returned home. The next morning, they began acting as if nothing had happened. When Skylar's parents discovered she was missing, they immediately contacted police. Rachel and Shalia participated in the search, posting messages on social media asking for Skylar's safe return. They gave statements to police claiming they had dropped Skylar off at the end of her street after driving around for a while, and that she had gotten into another car with unknown people. For months, the investigation focused on the possibility that Skylar had run away or been abducted by strangers. But investigators became increasingly suspicious of Rachel and Shalia. Their stories had inconsistencies, and their behavior seemed wrong. Cell phone records and social media activity raised questions about their accounts of that night. The pressure of maintaining the deception wore on Rachel. She was experiencing severe anxiety and guilt. In December 2012, 6 months after the incident, Rachel broke down and confessed to her attorney and then to police. She led investigators to Skylar's body in the Pennsylvania woods and implicated Shalia as her accomplice in the planning and execution of the attack. Rachel pleaded guilty and agreed to testify against Shalia. In May 2013, Shalia was arrested and charged. Unlike Rachel, who showed remorse, Shalia maintained a defiant attitude and showed little emotion about what had happened to Skylar. Rachel Schoaf pleaded guilty to second-degree charges and was sentenced to 30 years in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. During her sentencing, she apologized to Skylar's family and expressed remorse for her actions. Shalia Eddy pleaded guilty to first-degree charges in January 2014 and was sentenced to life in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. Throughout the proceedings, she showed minimal emotion and offered no real explanation for why she had participated in ending her friend's life. The case gained national attention when Rachel's confession included the chilling statement that they had eliminated Skylar because they did not want to be friends with her anymore. This seemingly trivial motivation for such extreme violence shocked people and raised questions about teenage psychology, peer pressure, and how conflicts escalate. Skylar's parents, Dave and Mary Neese, became advocates for missing children and pushed for legislative changes. Skylar's law was passed in West Virginia, requiring earlier activation of Amber Alerts for missing children even when there is no evidence of abduction. The case also highlighted the dark side of teenage social dynamics and how seemingly normal young people can commit terrible acts. Both Rachel and Shalia came from stable homes, had no history of serious behavioral problems, and appeared to be typical teenagers. Yet together, they planned and executed their friend's elimination over what amounted to normal friendship conflicts. Skylar Neese was 16 years old when her two best friends decided her life was worth less than their convenience. Her parents lost their only child to a crime that made no rational sense, committed by girls they had welcomed into their home countless times. The case remains a tragic reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those we trust most, and that evil can emerge in the most unexpected places, even in the hearts of teenage girls who should have been focused on homework and dating rather than planning their friend's demise. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built a palace of death, about ambition twisted into murder, and about how one of America's greatest celebrations became a hunting ground for a predator unlike any the nation had seen. In the bustling streets of Chicago during the 1890s, as the city prepared to host the world's Columbian Exposition, a charming pharmacist was constructing an elaborate hotel near the fairgrounds. He told contractors the building would house visitors attending the fair, offering affordable lodging in a prime location. But the structure he was creating had a far darker purpose, with secret passages, soundproof rooms, and a basement equipped with tools for disposing of human remains. This is the story of H.H. Holmes, widely considered America's first documented serial killer. Between 1891 and 1894, Herman Webster Mudgett, using the alias Dr. Henry Howard Holmes, ended the lives of at least 9 confirmed victims, though he claimed the number was 27 and some estimates suggest over 200. He built a 3-story building in Chicago that became known as the Murder Castle, a structure designed specifically for killing. He lured victims, mostly young women, with promises of employment or lodging, then trapped them in rooms where he could commit terrible acts before disposing of their bodies. Herman Webster Mudgett was born on May 16, 1861, in Gilmanton, New Hampshire. He came from a prosperous farming family and was intelligent and ambitious from childhood. But he showed disturbing behaviors early, including cruelty toward animals and fascination with skeletons and death. He claimed that, as a child, bullies forced him to touch a human skeleton, an experience that both terrified and intrigued him. Herman excelled academically and attended the University of Vermont before transferring to the University of Michigan Medical School. He graduated in 1884 with a medical degree, but his time there was marked by suspicious activities. He was accused of stealing bodies from the medical school laboratory, taking out insurance policies on them, disfiguring them to prevent identification, and claiming they had died in accidents to collect the insurance money. After medical school, Herman moved frequently, leaving behind unpaid debts and suspicious circumstances wherever he went. He married 3 times, maintaining multiple wives simultaneously in different cities, none aware of the others. He had children but showed no interest in being a father, abandoning families when convenient. In 1886, Herman arrived in Chicago and began using the name Dr. Henry Howard Holmes. He found work at a pharmacy owned by a widow named Mrs. Holton. He was charming and capable, quickly making himself indispensable. When Mrs. Holton mysteriously disappeared shortly after, Holmes claimed she had moved to California. He took over the pharmacy and began planning something far more elaborate. In 1887, Holmes purchased a lot across from the pharmacy and began constructing what would become his murder castle. He hired different contractors for different parts of the building, firing them frequently and hiring new workers so no one understood the complete layout. The building had 3 stories with businesses on the ground floor and hotel rooms above. But the upper floors contained nightmarish features. There were rooms with no windows, doors that locked only from the outside, soundproof chambers, hidden passages, trapdoors leading to the basement, and gas lines that could be controlled from Holmes's quarters to asphyxiate occupants. The basement contained a dissection table, furnaces large enough to cremate bodies, and pits of lime for dissolving flesh. The 1893 World's Fair brought millions of visitors to Chicago, many seeking affordable lodging. Holmes advertised rooms in his hotel, targeting young women traveling alone. Some he hired as assistants in the pharmacy. Others were guests who checked in and never checked out. He would trap victims in sealed rooms, sometimes watching through peepholes as they suffocated or were poisoned with gas. After ending their lives, Holmes would dissect the bodies in his basement. He had connections with medical schools and would sometimes sell skeletons or preserved organs. Other remains he destroyed in his furnaces or dissolved in lime pits. The building's design allowed him to move bodies through hidden passages without being observed. Among his confirmed victims were Julia Connor and her daughter Pearl, who had worked for Holmes. Emmeline Sigrand, his stenographer who disappeared in 1892. Minnie Williams, a wealthy woman Holmes convinced to sign over her property before she vanished along with her sister. The exact number of victims will never be known because Holmes destroyed evidence so thoroughly. Holmes's downfall came from financial crimes rather than the disappearances. He had taken out insurance policies fraudulently and was arrested in November 1894 for insurance fraud. While investigating his financial crimes, police discovered the horrors of his Chicago building. They found evidence of numerous victims, the elaborate death trap he had constructed, and proof of systematic predation. Holmes was tried in Philadelphia for the elimination of his associate Benjamin Pitzel, one of the few cases with clear evidence. He was convicted and sentenced to death. While awaiting execution, he confessed to 27 cases, though investigators believed he was exaggerating to inflate his notoriety. Holmes was hanged on May 7, 1896, at Moyamensing Prison in Philadelphia. He was 34 years old. His final words were a claim of innocence despite his confession. He requested his body be buried in concrete so it could not be stolen and dissected, ironic given what he had done to his victims. The murder castle was partially destroyed by fire in 1895 before Holmes's execution, under suspicious circumstances. The remaining structure was eventually demolished. A post office now stands on the site. H. Holmes became a legend, America's first widely recognized serial killer. His case demonstrated how someone with intelligence and charm could exploit systems and trust to commit terrible crimes. He showed how vulnerable people, particularly young women seeking opportunities, could be targeted by predators who understood their hopes and fears. His victims were women who had come to Chicago seeking employment, adventure, or new beginnings during an exciting time in American history. Instead, they encountered a man who saw them not as people, but as opportunities for profit and perverted satisfaction. Many families never learned what happened to their daughters and sisters who simply vanished after arriving in Chicago for the World's Fair. The Holmes case influenced how Americans thought about crime and danger. It revealed that evil could hide behind respectability and that some people could plan and execute violence on a scale previously unimaginable. His murder castle represented the dark side of American ingenuity, intelligence applied to destruction rather than creation. Herman Mudgett, who became H.H. Holmes, remains one of history's most notorious criminals, a man who literally built a structure designed for ending lives and who operated during one of America's greatest celebrations, turning progress and optimism into opportunities for horror that shocked a nation and created a template for understanding serial predation that continues to this day. I'm going to tell you a story about a neighborhood that became a nightmare, about secrets hidden beneath a family home, and about how evil can flourish for years when communities fail to ask the right questions. In the working-class neighborhoods of Philadelphia during the 1980s, Gary Heidnik seemed like an unlikely suspect for anything sinister. He was a self-made millionaire who had invested wisely in the stock market, accumulating significant wealth despite having only a high school education. He lived quietly in a modest house in North Philadelphia, occasionally attending his self-founded church. But inside that unremarkable house, Gary was creating a dungeon where he would hold women captive, subjecting them to months of unspeakable treatment. This is the story of Gary Heidnik, who between November 1986 and March 1987 held 6 women captive in the basement of his Philadelphia home. He kept them chained in a pit he had dug in the concrete floor, providing minimal food and subjecting them to terrible conditions. 2 of his captives did not survive their imprisonment. His arrest in March 1987 revealed a horror that shocked the city and exposed how vulnerable populations can be targeted by predators who understand that society will not immediately notice their disappearance. Gary Michael Heidnik was born on November 22, 1943, in Eastlake, Ohio. His childhood was marked by severe dysfunction and trauma that shaped his disturbed psychology. His parents had a turbulent marriage filled with constant conflict and mutual hostility. They divorced when Gary was young, and he was caught in the middle of their bitter custody battle, shuffled between households where he never felt wanted or safe. His mother struggled with substance issues and made multiple attempts to end her own life while Gary was in her care. Witnessing these traumatic events damaged him deeply. His father was cold and emotionally distant, showing no warmth or affection. Nothing Gary did was ever good enough to earn his father's approval. At school, Gary was tormented by other children. He had a misshapen head from a childhood accident that left permanent damage, and other children mocked him constantly. He also had a severe stutter that made speaking difficult and embarrassing. The combination of difficulties at home and bullying at school left Gary isolated and angry, with no healthy outlets for his emotions. Despite his troubled background, Gary showed above-average intelligence. He became fascinated with finance and investing, studying the stock market obsessively. He also developed an interest in religion, though his understanding of it became deeply distorted. He founded his own church, which existed primarily as a way to avoid taxes, but also fed his growing delusions about his own importance. Gary joined the Army in 1961 at age 16, serving as a cook. He was competent at his work, but remained socially isolated. During this time, he had what was described as a nervous breakdown and received a medical discharge. He was diagnosed with personality disorders and given a disability pension. Despite these documented mental health issues, he never received effective long-term treatment. In 1968, Gary was convicted of assault against a teenage employee. He was sentenced to prison, but served only 18 months before being paroled. This early release would prove catastrophic, as the system had identified him as someone with violent tendencies, but released him anyway, giving him opportunity to commit far worse crimes. After his release, Gary moved back to the Philadelphia area. Despite his mental health struggles, he was shrewd with money. He invested his disability payments wisely and accumulated significant wealth through the stock market. He used this money to purchase a house in North Philadelphia and to support his growing obsessions. By the mid-1980s, Gary had become fixated on the idea of having complete control over others. He began planning to create what he called a baby farm, where he would hold women captive and force them to have children. This delusion consumed him, and he began preparing his house for this purpose. In November 1986, Gary began his campaign of kidnapping. His first victim was a young woman he lured to his house with promises of money. Once inside, he attacked her and dragged her to the basement where he had prepared a pit in the concrete floor. He chained her there and told her she would remain until she provided him with a child. Over the following weeks, Gary kidnapped 5 more women, all from vulnerable populations. He targeted individuals involved in street life or those struggling with substance issues, women he believed would not be immediately missed. He held them all captive in the basement pit, chained together in darkness and terrible conditions. The conditions in the basement were nightmarish. The women received minimal food, often just bread and water. They were forced to live in extremely unsanitary circumstances. Gary would periodically come down to harm them, using various methods as punishment for perceived disobedience. When one of the captives passed away from the terrible conditions and mistreatment, Gary's response was to make the situation even worse. He forced the surviving women to participate in disposing of the remains. This psychological torture added another layer of horror to their captivity. A second woman later passed away under similar circumstances. Gary continued to hold the remaining 4 women captive, and the situation became increasingly desperate. But one of the women, the first he had kidnapped, began to manipulate Gary psychologically. She convinced him that she cared for him and wanted to help him find more women for his plan. Gary eventually trusted her enough to allow her to leave the house temporarily. On March 24, 1987, he drove her to visit her family, and she had promised to return with additional victims. Instead, the moment she was free, she ran to police and told them everything. Officers initially struggled to believe her story as it seemed too horrible to be real. But she led them to Gary's address and gave details that convinced them to investigate. Police obtained a warrant and raided the house on March 24, 1987. Inside the basement, they found the 3 remaining captives chained in deplorable conditions. The evidence of what had occurred was overwhelming. Gary was arrested immediately and charged with multiple serious offenses, including kidnapping and taking lives. During his trial in 1988, Gary's defense team argued he was legally insane and not responsible for his actions. But prosecutors demonstrated that Gary had planned carefully, maintained his financial affairs, and taken steps to avoid detection, showing he understood his actions were wrong. On November 4, 1988, Gary Heidnik was convicted and sentenced to end his life by execution. He spent years on death row at a Pennsylvania facility. On July 6, 1999, the sentence was carried out. He was 55 years old. His case inspired elements of the character in the film The Silence of the Lambs, though that fictional character was an amalgamation of several real criminals. The house where the crimes occurred was later torn down. Gary Heidnik's story revealed how predators target society's most vulnerable members, understanding that marginalized individuals can disappear without triggering immediate searches. It exposed failures in mental health systems,